Hello everyone, welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. It's Thursday afternoon, so it means it is Group C time here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we've got one of the most impressive performers on the Challenge Tour circuit in action this afternoon. This is what we've got coming up. Can Crabtree lays third on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. The former weekly finalist could be set for an Ali Pali debut in December. Adam Mould won the first week of 2023. Can he go full circle and win the final Champions Week of the year? Tommy Morris is quick, fiery and good. All ingredients for something special, and he is a special player. Former weekly winner Rennie Idens couldn't match up his Series 4 Week 10 performances in Group A of Week 10 in Series 5. 3 wins put him bottom of the pile. We saw moments of brilliance from Connor Hopkins in Group A. However, he'll know that he'll need improvements on his finishings to get through to Saturday night. As to Victor Tingström, he's looking to continue the proudly waved Swedish flag at the Super Series in Series 5, amassing 14 points in Group A. He'll be buoyed with confidence going into Group C. Forget about hell and pace. It's Henners and Mace up here on the balcony this afternoon. It's great to always be in the company of Chris Mason. And Chris, interesting Group C this afternoon, headlined by Cam Crabtree, a player who's had a very successful year on the Challenge Tour.
Yeah, absolutely. The three players are coming in are going to make things very, very tough for the three players that found themselves in positions 4, 5 and 6 from Group A. Yes, they've had 3 days to get up to speed and find their feet here, but the three coming in are pretty much proven experts here at the Super Series.
We'll break down that group a little bit more in just a second, but let's begin by talking about Jim Long, the Group A winner. We can have a look at the tournament bracket now, and it's the second time he's been here, second time he's on a Group A, and he did look quite comfortable at times.
Yeah, I think he found it very, very easy in the end. He went from wire to wire. He topped the table on day one and stayed there pretty much throughout. On Tuesday, it looked like he may have got caught, but the field just couldn't step up and couldn't close the gap in the end, and he was a very worthy winner. I think he's going to have to find another gear Saturday night. He suggested that himself when he had a chat with Chris Murphy yesterday. But yeah, it's a fascinating couple of groups.
So that is the breakdown of the groups. Group B is going to be our attention tonight. And you may see at the bottom of that graphic, Dmitry Zhukov, now Dmitry Zhukov. We've anglicised his name at the players' request. That's going to be the action we're going to see tonight at 10 p.m. We'll focus on that a little bit later on, but this afternoon it is all about Group C. Let's have a look at the group betting to get a better lay of the land. Cam Crabtree, Tommy Morris, Adam Mould, the three players who have come in, all top the betting. What do you think that is?
The level of play from the three outsiders in Victor, Rennie and Connor. They just didn't play to a level that would suggest they will finish in the top three. Adam Mould proven, Tommy Morris we expect a lot from. Cam Crabtree we've already seen performing here on debut with an average of 115.62. That shows you how high his ceiling is. We've seen nothing to suggest that those in the outside betting can perform at that level yet.
Out of those three, who do you think has the best chance of upping their game and be competitive in terms of qualification?
Victor probably came with a bit of a reputation coming in here. He was well fancied to do well. We did see some signs of a better level of performance, but nowhere near consistently enough.
In terms of Cam Crabtree, we've seen him have a really good year on the Challenge. So we've seen him here a few times, got to a weekly final, lost out to Mike Gillett. Is it now getting to the point where there's expectation labelled at his door? Yeah,
he has to win one of these weeks, doesn't he? Very much. I mean, it's a bit hard to sort of compare the experience of himself and Tommy, but we expect from Tommy as well. We've seen what level he can play at here. I think it's just a playoff between the top three in the betting. And it'll be interesting because it's going to be tough because only two go through.
Only two do go through. Right, let's have a look and see what the bet builder is saying this afternoon. Pays just over 5 to 1 this afternoon. This is the amalgamation of bets that you put on the exchanges, and it's very much weighed in the favour of the player 180s today. Yeah,
I mean, it is a day for favourite backers today. I can see the vast majority of the favourites in the individual matches winning. This is the three most popular bets on the exchanges right now. Mould against Hopkins. Mould over 1.5, 180s. My worry there is if the match goes long enough. Then the next one is Tingström against Morris. Morris to have over, well, 180 or more, 8 to 13. I think that may go 4 or 5 legs, so there's every chance of that. And then Edams against Crabtree. Crabtree again over 0.5. But my fear, very much like the first bet, will the match go long enough?
18 plus begambleaware.org. First up for us, Tommy Morris up against Rene Idans. One thing we know about Tommy, quick starter.
Yeah, gets out the blocks well, loves it here, loves being on that stage playing darts, and really would relish the opportunity to play here on Saturday night in front of a crowd. And being a local lad, he'd bring a few as well. Rene won a week here before, just not shown that form yet so far this week to suggest he will get out of the group.
Ready to watch some darts?
I am. Can't wait.
Let's get it on then. Right, Thursday afternoon here at the MODUS Super Series means the beginning of Group C, and we kick things off with Tommy Morris up against Rene Idans. Chris Mason is going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all the action in the company of Paul Nicholson. Afternoon, Paul.
Good afternoon, and welcome to your double dose of darts for Thursday here. As far as Rene Idans is concerned, I think it was pretty clear after one day in Group A that he was probably going to be in Group C. As far as this guy's concerned, from Poole and Dorset, he knew he was coming into Thursday afternoon to start his week. But will we get a little bit more from the cube in the afternoon sessions over the next couple of days?
It's Tommy to throw first.
I think that's one of the biggest questions coming into this group. And we did say it quite boldly yesterday that some players just don't like playing in the morning. We don't have to worry about that for the rest of the week now, because it's either afternoon or evening, and nobody's got any more excuses. As Rene
140
starts rather well. Chris Mason's with me for all of your darts today, and it's a bit of a gloomy day in Portsmouth, but it's nice and shiny in here.
Yes, it's nice and bright inside. And speaking about times of playing, I think Tommy Morris would play at any time, 24 hours a day if possible. He just absolutely
100
loves it here, loves competing, and he's getting everything right. He's
55.
got a plan B. He's taking it one step at a time. He's in no hurry. He's only 31. Has his own business away from darts.
30.
And who knows how far he can go. He's very much an unknown quantity, but what we do know is he's super competitive.
55.
He came in for the very first time into this building as a substitute player for someone who couldn't play.
Yeah, he only came in for one day, didn't he?
Indeed, and he made such a good impression that he played the following week.
Yeah, I think he was called up late the night before. I can't remember which player it was, but they had a sickness. Well, there's the Max. Yeah, just literally jumped at the opportunity. And sometimes that's what you got to do, Paul, isn't it? Is if you're given a chance, embrace it.
45.
That's what this game's all about.
We require 84.
Get a chance, take a chance. Giving himself a chance at 64-2. Just checking his position.
Had to go this way with Rene on 128.
59.
Well, I was just about to let you into a little secret, but I'm not going to.
64 the ball. He can't find the treble he needs.
But pay attention for the bullseye challenge.
25.
Will be coming up over the course of the next few days.
Game shot.
That is very good.
Tommy Morris.
And that's what you're going to get from the gun. It's all going to be very fiery, very vibrant. And when you speak to Tommy, he's just the kind of person you want to be around. Even if you're having a bad day and you run into someone like Tommy, they can make your day better.
Yes, he's a glass half full kind of guy. I was doing some B-roll testing with my drone this morning, and I had it planted pretty much on his right shoulder, and he didn't even flinch, chatting away about what's going on, not just with darts, but away from darts. And yeah, he's just got a real passion for this sport.
You don't see many dart players wearing a sweatband on their throwing arm. In fact, not many players who wear sweatbands, period.
Or anything on their throwing arm.
You got to do what works for you, that's for sure.
58.
It obviously works for him.
Did Bob Anderson have a brief spell where he wore a sweatband?
Yeah, I think he did actually. Barneveld
85.
has worn them a lot through his career, but not predominantly on his throwing arm. I'll let you into a little secret. I was always
89.
trying different things when I was younger as a player. I once wore a sweatband on my right wrist and one on my right index finger. I was trying to be a bit more
100.
alternative. It was a terrible look. It only lasted one game.
I actually, this is bonkers, but
56. Tommy Rock 137.
you know the bracing systems you sometimes see tennis players would use, or those with an
44.
injury. I sort of
And
tried to
require 110.
incorporate one of those on my forearm, on my wrist, to stop me breaking my wrist, almost locking it in position to try and
Interesting.
train myself to stop doing it.
Okay.
42.
Because I
Tommy Rock
got into
93.
that bad habit of closing the hand and
53.
But it's
Ready,
amazing
require
the things you
68.
will try to improve your game.
You got to try those things. You never know what it could unlock.
36.
Well, I love the
Tommy require 40.
compression tops that you used to wear. I'd loved them for a while just because of the elbow issue I had. It just gave me more support in that area.
No score. Rene require 32.
Well, Rennie needed some help there from Tommy as he misses darts to break the throw.
Game shot on the
That's a
second
good
leg.
shot from Rennie.
Rene Ida.
If we look at his weekly statistics, you read them out and you think, yes, he
Well, look at Tommy to
probably,
throw first.
on those
Game.
alone, without even looking at his points tally, he deserves to be in Group C this week. 81.21 was his average for the entire group. And for Wednesday, it was 81.31. So he has been reverting to a certain type the whole week.
85.
But only 25% on doubles mace. 32 hits from 127 attempts.
180.
That's our second maximum from Tommy.
Yeah, those numbers, Nico, they're just not gonna give you any
I'm
success.
afraid not. Now, he's actually had the same amount of legs won this week as Connor Hopkins, who you will
85.
see in Game 2. But Connor's actually had 30 more darts at double than Rennie has.
Yeah, that's
121.
very nearly back-to-back maxes. If I can be a bit critical of Tommy, is that third dart sometimes is a little bit too quick. He's too keen to find the
180.
treble,
So you're
but that's the first
150.
max for Edams.
That was fast, wasn't it?
77.
I like that reset on
They
the
were
double. I
151.
think he's almost heard what you said there. Might be in trouble, though.
I was going to say it was a lovely spell around the red bit then.
97. Tommy required 38.
He's going to split it for double 16.
Yeah, I like that play.
Yeah, I think he understands that in the scoring phase, he can be rapid, but sometimes on approach and for
22.
doubles, he's just got to be a bit
They
more
require
measured.
54.
Yeah, well, he's 1 from 8 on the doubles already. Could be 3-0 up.
Game shot on the
Going
third
to find
leg.
himself
Rene Ida.
2-1 down. And he was 1-3 favourite for this, Nico. That's how high
Well, it's Rene
regard.
to throw first.
And
Game on.
no doubt in response to the low level of play we've seen from Rene. But we did suggest, even as early as Tuesday, when he was already cut adrift from the top 3,
28.
that he may benefit from that reset mentality on Thursday.
Yeah, I think a lot of players do when they come into Group C.
100.
And I think they're very grateful that they don't have to be here at 7:30 in the morning. They can get
So
here
are we.
4 hours later if you wish.
60.
Yeah, we get our night owl hats on later as we go into Group B, which is going to be fabulous.
60.
But I think a lot of the attention coming into this group is based on the people coming into a fresh campaign, like Tommy, like Adam Mould, like Cam Crabtree, who is probably going to harbour most of the attention
60.
for good reason. But I think his mentality coming into this group will be one of,
140.
yes, I'm the favourite for it, but he knows how hard he has to work.
Yeah, Cam Crabtree is the favourite to win this particular group before the off.
56.
So that was before 1 p.m. this afternoon. Tommy was 10-3. Adam Mould 7-2.
100.
The 3 coming in. Well, 13-2 Victor. Rennie 14-1 and Connor 16-1. And again, that's
140.
a reflection of the
101.
performance level across the opening 3 days of the week. This is week 10,
61.
of course, so the
Now we're
opportunities now are
157.
few and far between to qualify for Champions Week. This is not going to go, so Tommy hitting straight back
51.
with
Tommy
a
required
breakback
40.
opportunity. Tops.
Doesn't seem to have tops in the bag so far. He's wiring a fair few doubles.
20. Rene require 106.
He's 1 from 12 now on the outer ring.
Yet still has a higher average than his opponent. And it shows you how dominant he is in
74.
the scoring
Tommy
phase
required
of this
20.
match. Got to put this away now. The more he misses, the more it will play on his mind. Double 5. Shake of the head. He knows he's playing with fire here. If he goes 3-1 down,
50.
he's in a world of trouble.
Rene
If
required
you're going to have a
32.
bad game in a 2-day group, get it out the way.
Yeah.
One left for 3-1 up.
No
You
score.
can see how much he couldn't see.
Rene require 5.
Strangely, he could have been 3-0 up. He could now be relieved to be 2-2. It's amazing what can change. Double 1. Tried everything else.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Well, the
Tommy
last one
Morris.
on the list is double 1.
How many doubles has he thrown at in this first game? He's got
Who
for
think it's Tommy
16s,
to go
8s,
first?
tops,
Game
10s, 5s, 2s, 1s.
19.
I can't remember a game that has not
140.
been completed yet where someone has had so many dots and many different doubles. Well, this format shouldn't really hold
140.
any sort of endurance pain for Idams, who has played in the
87.
German Super League many times over the last few years. Former champion, of course. But he will again play in that tournament in a few weeks. We have a
100.
confirmed lineup for the German Super League after yesterday's qualifiers. We will talk about that in Rene's next game, in Game 4 with Adam Mould.
60.
And lots on the line for the winner of that, of course.
Yep, World Championship spot on the line for the winner of that tournament. And there are tour card holders in that tournament, which is a bit of a bone of contention for some people.
140.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one, that.
60. Rene require
Well,
121.
Rarely comprehensively being outscored in this leg. 140 ton 140 for Rene.
97.
Yeah,
Tommy
that's
require
lovely.
154.
He's got to get this. It's going to be a third consecutive break of throw, and Rene's going to be back. And
60.
Tommy getting a little
Rene
frustrated.
require 24.
This is a very, very good leg from Rene. Just needs one more thing. That.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
3-2.
Rene Idams.
Whether you think it's a fair result or not, Rene will be very happy to be ahead again. He has a chance to serve it out for 4-2 as well, to get a much better start than what he got on Monday in Group A. Had to wait a long time for his first win.
100.
And throughout this week, Rene has not been the kind of player to mope around the building. He hasn't been losing his temper with
45.
players or anything like that. He's been taking everything on the chin and walking away, just accepting what's happened. It's been a tough week for him, but I think he's handled it really well.
Yeah,
70.
his body language and approach to each game. He's given each game everything, even when he knew very early in Group A
140.
that his race had been run. But very impressed so far, irrelevant of what happens in this game.
What's impressed me in this game is that when you play Tommy for the
100.
first time, you can be easily swept into a very, very quick match. And just look at what Rene's doing right
140.
now. As soon as Tommy's off the board, he's taking his time. He's doing his pace.
Well, we talk about that, don't we? About occupying your time and maybe a walk to the drinks table, then taking a long route around, so you're not like you say getting embroiled in a rat-tat-tat battle,
55.
which
Rene
will only
require
suit one of these
131.
players, and it's not Rene Edams. Well, he's going to leave.
91. Tommy require
So
121.
Tommy has got to take the 1-2-1.
Bullseye. Just what kind of effect will this bullseye have if he hits it?
Game shot
Just
in the
how
sixth
good is
leg.
that?
Tommy
And Chris
Morris.
Mason is going to tell you a little bit more about why.
Yeah, see,
Seventh
he's had
and
to go
final
on
leg,
the
it's
old
Tommy to throw
bullseye
first.
challenge.
Game on.
He needed his Tommy gun then, didn't he? Pop, pop, bang.
60.
Yeah, we're not going to let the cat out of the bag when it comes to the bullseye challenge.
But
it
you'll
was-
see why we find that quite amusing.
Indeed. Yeah, just get
85.
yourself following our social channels and you won't miss those bullseye challenges.
Yep. At MSS Darts on Facebook, Instagram,
135.
TikTok and Twitter /X. And if you want to contact myself or Paul does have the app on his laptop thingy.
40.
What is that? It's a tablet, isn't it? Is that what
Yeah,
it's
it's a-
yeah.
It's
But
a
it's got a keyboard.
magic keyboard tablet.
Yeah, one of those jobbies. Yeah, get in touch with us. Any questions or comments, we'll be happy to answer them. Keep them sensible and civil.
Not to mention the fact you can see the bullseye challenges from
85.
this week
Tommy
and
Rock
previous weeks
167.
on our YouTube channel, which you are watching on currently.
Maybe myself
60.
and Nico will have a go as a Christmas special.
Maybe I'll do mine on Halloween. That could be fun.
Is it going to be a nightmare?
Yeah, well, at least I've got an excuse.
70.
If that's the
Tommy Rock
case.
It's been a
107.
nightmare here for Rene Edams. Tops, only just.
Look how relaxed he is.
Game
He's a winner.
shot on the match.
How has he won that game?
Tommy Morris.
That 1-2-1 in the previous leg may prove to be a real difference maker for the rest of his day. And it's only game one. As far as that one is concerned, there's a lot to talk about. But we'll, for now, just leave you with that one, which was 4-3 to Tommy Morris. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here in week 10. It's now a chance to welcome back one of our former weekly champions in Adam Mould. And to give him the full build-up, it's a very warm welcome to the ADC ranked #1. There he is from Aylesbury. 20-gram dart and a challenge to a last 32, his best, which seems a bit odd considering what he's done in this building before. But we've gotten to know Connor Hopkins a little bit better over the last 3 days. I wonder what he can provide over the next 2 sessions.
First leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Well,
Game
it's
on.
going to have to be a big jump in terms of level of performance, but just quickly reflecting on that last match, just
140.
doing my notes. The final leg of that match was a 15 darter. Incredibly, Tommy Morris in that match missed 15 darts at a double, but still got the win, all due to that
28.
incredible bullseye finish.
Yeah, he misses that bullseye and he probably does lose 4 legs to 2.
100.
But because of that bullseye, he gave himself the chance of a win. Now he's got it. He'll probably kick on from that.
Yeah, sometimes that
58.
not necessarily the level of play, but just winning a match of that type gives you so much confidence. You know, old school looking dart there, Nico.
60.
Yeah, they've got a bit of new school Anderson about them. They're like the bottom of a spring onion.
Yeah, they got a bit of Dennis Priestley about them.
58.
Well, you can't get a better compliment than that.
They are a super dart
55.
brand.
Hope those darts haven't got a kryptonite then. If they're a super dart.
Well,
66.
not sure how that works out, 'cause
146.
maybe he's just wearing a Target shirt, but I don't know. Confused.com.
59.
Answers on a postcard. Maybe they are lovely, those Target shirts, by the way.
Well, I'll tell you what's interesting. The
92.
fact that Connor
Adam
Hopkins has
McQuarrie,
had a very different
87.
shirt every day, but today he's got his dart shirt on. As in, inverted commas dart shirt. Proper dart shirt.
Game shot in the first
Doesn't
leg.
win him the first leg,
Adam
though.
Mould.
Adam Mould off to a really solid start here in 17 darts.
Yeah, what we've come to expect from
Second leg, it's Connor to
Adam
throw
Mould.
first. Game on.
Yeah, he won week 9 of Series 2. Seems like such a long time ago. But it was this year.
125.
It was at the very start of the year. When
And
he
that-
beat Ian Moss in the final by 4 legs to 3.
And that was as a ADC rep, wasn't it?
It was. You could say he's been laying the groundwork for the
140.
ADC system here at the Super Series. But talking about his ranking in the ADC, he's top of their United Kingdom rankings with 1,376 points. Just to tell you the amount of time he's spent on that system, he is
45.
595 points clear of Tony Wood at number 2.
I wonder how many ADC events he's playing on a weekly basis.
100.
And I wonder what his strike rate is in terms of winning those weekly titles.
Do you know what, Mace? He's been playing that many. I wouldn't be surprised if he's playing in one tonight.
100.
I honestly wouldn't be shocked.
Well, there is one here on a Saturday, isn't there? It starts at around 1 o'clock.
He might be busy on Saturday night. If he can get in the top 2 of this
56.
group, he would love to be back on a Saturday night again. I think that win against Ian back in January,
140.
it meant an awful lot to him. You might have seen Adam's celebration in one of our promo videos. It's part of it.
81. Enemy requires 76.
Double top for 2-0.
56.
So
require
97 for Connor.
97.
Trouble 19.
Just not getting to the double
41.
quick enough
Enemy
this
requires
week.
20.
Although, he has had a lot of darts at double.
But I think that's
Game
been
shot
in
the
legs
second
where
leg. Adam Mole.
he's got down to a double and then just not been able to knock up. He's just chased it around.
Yeah, if you look at
Relegates
his
Adam to trophy.
stats for the week, 78.29 as an average. We know that that isn't going to cut it. But this is a work experience mission for Connor. We've known that.
Yeah,
180.
It's like a YTS for darts, isn't it?
I suppose.
Or a placement.
He has got himself a few 180s. And he
Yeah,
almost
see,
added to his tally there.
140.
Yeah, he's not lacked in that department. I think he's pretty much around 1 per match, isn't he?
He is. Got 13
60.
out of 15 games. This being his 16th, of course. But when he has got to the double, it's only 20% of the time he's hitting the double. And he has
100.
had more darts at double than any player. Now, that tells me
Well,
a very baffling story.
Nice.
well, yeah,
61.
to end up with a running average around 78, but have such a... It's different if his doubling was at 20% and he'd had fewer darts at a double than anybody else. It's more of a scoring
140.
average.
170.
But that tells me that there may be more to come from Connor Hopkins, even if it's not this week.
32.
Does that one statistic
121.
tell you about the group that he was in more than anything else?
Absolutely. It was with the exclusion, I suppose, of
57. And we have 138.
Jim Long. Although, my outside tip for this week, who was Oscar,
58.
he averaged
required
87 for
64.
the day yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, vast improvement. That's a nice dart. He gets his first dart at double in this match right here.
You
54.
expressed it
And
very
we
well to
require
me
80.
earlier on today. He's trending in the right direction, isn't he, Oscar?
Very much so. He'll be part of a very, very interesting Group B a little bit later. And that one not only misses the target,
40.
but it tattoos the board a little bit.
Going to require 10.
Yeah, that was a little too close to the treble for my liking, Paul.
Yeah, he could have used the small 20. Everybody seems to forget that that will give you a shot at tops.
Game shot on the
That
third
gives you
leg.
a 2-1
Connor
scoreline.
Hopkins.
And a break of throw and a chance to level things up with the darts.
4 leggeds Connor to throw first. Game on.
That's very much a Welsh shirt, isn't it?
Yeah. You do tend to get the same sort of footprint from a
100.
Welsh player most of the time, whether it be Nick Kenny, Johnny Clayton, Gerwin Price, Mark Webster. There's a definitive Welsh
57.
theme, and nothing wrong with that. Although these days, when Webby has his dart shirt on, it looks a bit more like Manchester United. I don't know whether that's a good or a bad thing.
46.
I like the Welsh so much, I bought a Welsh pub. And I'm such a big fan of
100.
Richie Burnett, it's called the Prince of Wales.
I think we're all Richie Burnett fans here at the Super Series.
45.
And weirdly, we might even see him next year. I
Yeah.
hope we don't, but we might.
60.
It's that time of year where people are making some very interesting decisions. We've already heard from Bo Greaves about trying to defend her
100.
Lakeside
And
Women's World Championship.
and Ben Robb.
Yeah, Ben Robb this morning declining his invitation to Lakeside because he's qualified for Ali Pali.
96.
Bo Greaves going the other way, declining her invite to try and defend her Lakeside title, which I tend to agree with.
95.
Yeah, I do too. I think a lot of people have said over the last few days that it's a missed opportunity, but I think because she's the champion and because of her
58.
age, that is
Yeah.
the decision that
150.
makes the most sense right now.
And she's very much playing the long game from what I can gather.
41.
She's not rushing into
And
anything.
130.
That's a lovely dart. That one's not too bad either.
125.
Just misses out on the ton plus out.
Connie requires
Would have been his first of the
74.
week. Hopkins' best this week is 100. Double top.
34.
I am amazed he
Adam,
didn't
you
go for
require
treble 16,
5.
double 13 there. Yeah, we saw that yesterday, believe it or not. But we have
Game's
got a
on the
3-1
forfeit.
scoreline. Let's
Adam
talk
Mould.
about that.
Yeah, it's a first for me, Nico.
Everybody was confused. The referee,
If they get Adam
spotter,
to throw first.
everybody back here thinking, really? I mean, we are in an age where people do different things.
Well, Charlie was bang on. He called it game shot. I was still
84.
counting it up 5 minutes later.
Yeah, someone had, it was 91. Went for treble 17, hit the single, then
60.
74. And everybody's looking at treble 14 or treble 18. Next thing you know, the 48 hit and everybody's in a bit of a tiz.
140.
Consequently, the double 13 was not hit.
$58.
Oh, Mouldy. Far from mouldy performance so far. He's in control of this one.
80.
Oh, another one on the floor.
Come on, Adam, you've got to get a better nickname than Mouldy. That's not going to take you very far with the old commercial side of the sport. Unless you're going to get a sponsorship deal
100.
with Sillet Bang.
I'd like to see a shirt just covered in fake mould.
100.
Could do the
Hi, I'm Gary Scott, and this is Adam Mould. Nope, doesn't work for me, Adam. You're going to have to get something better. And I know you've got a lot of
96.
really good darts
And
friends
they require
around you
97.
in your ADC circuit and all of your pals that you travel with, so come on. Got to be better than Mouldy.
73.
That's very good. And as far as putting in a statement performance in your first game, I think he understands that you don't have to do that in this sort of company in a Group C.
31.
You've just got to
And
be
they require
effective.
24.
Yeah, get points on the board.
He is a bit of a veteran of
Game
2023.
shot and the
And he
match.
starts with a win.
Adam Mould.
That will give him a lot of confidence moving forward. Connor Hopkins, not with a great performance there in his first game for a change, because he has had some good performances in his first game over the last few days. But Adam, with 44% and 4 legs on the board, gets himself 2 points in game number 2. Thanks for joining us once again. And if you are a fan of Swedish dart players, you are in the right place, because we have Victor Tingström for the 4th day in succession. He'll be looking to do better in Group C than he did in Group A. He finished in 4th position over the course of the first 3 days, but he's up against the favourite for the group. We expect from the 20-year-old Cam Crabtree, but the accumulative age of the two dart players on the stage makes me feel a little bit woozy.
First leg, it's Cam to throw
because
first.
put them together,
Game
and they're
on.
still 2 years younger than I am. I don't know about you, Mace, but it's very much a young person's game now.
Yeah, to a degree, which is refreshing and good to see. It
60.
means our sport is continuing to go in the right kind of direction, attracting the youngsters.
Cam Crabtree comes with a
137.
reputation, not just because he got a venue average record at the time when he made his debut against Matt
100.
Jackson, but since then he has kicked on, won a couple of Challenge Tour events. He is high on that order of merit as well, and we'll talk about that in a
94.
second. But there's something missing. And because he hangs around with former weekly winner Owen Bates, there's
140.
been some banter between them about,
I
I've
bet
got
there
one
has.
that you don't have.
Yes, they're best of friends. They travel and practice
85.
together. And what was lovely when Owen was down here doing his thing, Cam would come down to show support,
59.
which I enjoyed seeing that. Good camaraderie.
Yeah, I think when we get into this group, we'll talk about
59.
darting BFFs.
142.
in the words of the Gen Zers out there. Well, let's give Cam a chance to take a 142 in his first leg of the week.
Yeah. Open your eyes, Victor.
102. Victor,
There was a raise of the eyebrows, wasn't there, when those two went in? Get used to it, Victor. It's how this kid rolls. Oh,
Game
That's
shot
how
in the
Vic
first
rolls.
leg. Victor Tingström.
What a shot that is. Great start to this contest, which could give us
Second against Victor to throw
anything.
first. Game on.
We saw that Victor had potential earlier in the week, but he hasn't really lived up to it yet. But then again, with this being his second chance, this is where he could get
60.
into that zone of urgency that we talk about.
yeah, could blossom. Is it going to be a storm ting for Cam Crabtree?
137.
If you don't know the relevance of that one, you weren't here earlier in the week, and you should have been.
58.
Yeah, Cam is, as we stand, before the last batch of Challenge Tour events.
59.
He's currently in a spot for Alexandra Palace.
Yep.
He doesn't have to get to the top 2 in that order of merit to get to Ali Pali for the end-of-year climax,
44.
because currently Christian Kist, second on the Challenge Tour list, has had such a good alternate season as a substitute player
98.
that he is currently in a spot on the Pro Tour order of merit. So Cam, not only trying to get his first weekly title here at the MODUS Super Series to equalise Owen Bates' tally,
140.
but it's actually Owen who is chasing him in that order of merit. Owen is number 4, Cam is number 3, and possibly,
60.
probably, only one of them can have it.
Yeah, those final series of events are going to be fascinating.
57.
This weekend, well,
147.
starting tomorrow, of course, it's the final European Tour, and there's been some tasty draws which we'll discuss
95.
throughout the day and this evening.
42.
Yeah, one game in particular that jumps off the page.
Yes, we'll be running our eyes over those. And he was trying for the 142 with 2 treble
84.
17s.
Cammy required 52.
So for the break back, tops. Ooh.
Game shot on the
Great
second
adjustment.
leg. Cam Crabtree.
Yes, and then next week's Pro Tours, isn't it?
Yep, 4 Players Championships next week, which I believe
Delegates Cam to throw first.
will actually be in.
Game on.
Yeah, because the Euro Tour this weekend is the final opportunity for the players to get into the European Championships, which is on the 26th of this month. Gets
100.
underway over in Germany. I am literally planes, trains and automobiles for that one.
Well, here's the thing about Cam. He's been playing
140.
so much this year that he's a bit like Luke Littler in the respect that he probably doesn't have to practice that much because he's
57.
playing so much.
Yep. I used to love those periods, although they were few and far between in my day. But nowadays, you literally
58.
can have your downtime. Go to the venues the night before for a series of Pro Tour events. Have a
140.
blow the cobwebs off and get under the way the next day, and then play for 4 consecutive days. Brilliant.
171.
A great leave of 132, forcing Crabtree to leave something maybe a tiny bit easier.
100.
And it is a tiny bit easier.
32.
Oh, bull, bull. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, not surprised.
116. Can you record 104?
That would have been his best finish of the week. By some distance. Double 16.
88.
Long way away.
Victor
For
requires 16.
Cam there. He was off Cam.
Game on the
And he's
third.
behind.
Victor Tingstrom.
You said at the top of the show, Mace, that if anybody was going to cause problems for the other 3 joining the group, it was going to be this
Victor
guy.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, we've seen, like you said, we've seen potential. There was flashes of brilliance from him in Group A. They just weren't frequent enough or consistent enough. But
82.
like you said, we've had plenty of inside track on Victor, and he's held in high regard. And a lot of the stuff he probably plays
85.
at home, like Super League and local stuff, won't be recorded. So we're unaware of the levels he has in the locker.
Well,
59.
surely, because he's from Sweden, he plays in the Super Trooper League. It's only the 18th ABBA joke we've made this week.
140.
And Super Trooper is very Geordie, isn't it?
Well, we like a Swede in Newcastle. We've got Emil Kraft, who plays for Newcastle.
140.
Currently on the way back from injury. A serious one, too. But he's on the mend, which is good.
Well, I'm a little bit gutted
59.
because Dortmund are playing Newcastle, but sadly for us that will be there, Newcastle actually playing them at home, because I definitely would have found a way into the
140.
Dortmund stadium.
Apart from St James's Park, the most impressive football stadium I've been in is the
97.
Dortmund one. It is
Victor require
remarkable.
80.
Yeah, they have that wall, don't they?
Yeah, something to behold. Just like a 120 checkout would be if Victor misses this double 10. But he
Game
doesn't
shot
miss
the four
it.
flag.
Yeah, I stayed
Victor
in a
Tingstrom.
hotel not too far away from Dortmund, and a lot of my colleagues from ITV,
Victor
they
gets
actually
Cam
went
to
to the
throw
match, and you
first.
could almost
Game on.
feel the ground vibrating, even though I was a good bit away. Oh, hello.
140.
Still waiting for a max pull, despite both players averaging well into the mid-90s.
Yeah, very odd. Good game, but no 180s.
96.
Good finishing. 60% for Victor.
140.
Good response. Back-to-back 140s.
Is this where he turns the screw? Can the very
45.
dangerous Cam Crabtree pinch a game the same way that Tommy Morris did after being behind when he should have
57.
been well in front? 10 games per player here in Group C over the next couple of afternoons. And the top 2 will qualify.
140. Can we record 164?
And already we're seeing from Tingstrom a better level at the start than at any point this week.
Yep.
140.
Well, we've had 12 scores now, Paul, of 140 or more. Still waiting for the max. They've had the 171.
140.
That is
Having
pile
required
pressure on this 24.
Doesn't adjust. Well, okay. It's going to go for double six. And this is to save the contest.
12.
Victor has been
Victor require 80.
excellent in almost every department in this game. Double 10 once again. That gets him
shot
a
and
brilliant
match.
win.
Victor Tingstrom.
There's a lot to admire about that performance, beating Cam Crabtree by 4 legs to 1. We'll talk a little bit more about how good it was when he plays again in Game 5. But for now, Crabtree off with a loss as he loses 4-1 to the Swede.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And a little bit of a shock to round off the first round of fixtures before the break, as Victor Tingstrom was too strong for Cam Crabtree, a 4-1 victory. Right, this is what we've seen so far. First round down, we saw victories for Tommy Morris and Adam Mold, the other two favourites in the group in that particular encounter. Adam Mold back in action next. He takes on Rene Idams. It's our fourth game of the afternoon session. And in the commentary box, it's Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thanks, Henry. It's good to see that the Backstreet Boys have got their jacket back. And for some reason, he's turned into the man from Milk Tray. Great to have you back, Henry. We've missed you. And we haven't missed these guys because it wasn't too long since we saw them last.
to throw first.
Can
Game
confirm
on.
that this programme is brought to you in Technicolor and not black and white.
Well, it was all colour in that first game between
41.
Rene Idams and Tommy Morris.
Yeah, and it was followed up with an even better performance from Victor.
Yeah, that was his biggest winning average of the week. I
100.
emphasise the word winning because yesterday he did have an average of 98.71 in a defeat. That was to Jim Long.
128.
But Idams will be smarting a little bit at the fact that he lost that first game of the day. He really shouldn't have. But
Nope.
you got to give Tommy Morris credit. That
100.
1-2-1 on the bull was a real game changer.
Yeah, and then backing out with a very solid 15 dart leg.
58.
Rene's just got to watch he doesn't get bogged down in. He did in Group A. But the level of opposition is
100.
even tougher in this Group C, in my opinion.
I'd have to agree.
Well, it's not an opinion, is it? It's
43.
statistical fact.
Yeah, statistical fact and based on reputation. And that does carry some weight in this sport. When you've done it here before and you've done it in other places as well,
45.
that can carry into a 2-day campaign quite easily.
Yeah, and we've seen nothing really
42.
apart from
And
that
recording
losing average you
56.
mentioned from Victor to suggest that he could produce that level of play and that consistency. I mean, every aspect.
40.
The 1-2-6 finish, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, 96-59, and Crabtree averaged nearly 93 himself. But some early missed doubles were
99. Adam, you reckon
key
160.
and punishing.
Adam wasn't really pushed that much by Connor Hopkins in game 2. Hence, his 82 average and 4 out of 9 on the doubles was
23.
enough.
Rene Raquan, 90.
Oh, this is bold. Just trying to make
80.
something happen. I can
And
totally
Raquan,
understand what he's
93.
trying to do, but it didn't work on that occasion. 74 left. The conventional route.
53. Rene Raquan, 10.
Just a bit too defensive on that shot. And unfortunately,
6.
if
I mean,
somebody said to
Raquan,
me, what's
40.
going to happen next? More often than not, I would have said that.
Yeah.
Because it's happened so many times this week.
Well, it happens to a player that tends to be low on everything. They overcompensate.
Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah, a little
Adam
acknowledgement that I was a little fortunate there.
Take all the fortune you can get, I would say.
Second against Adam to throw
Someone
first.
keeps missing doubles against you, mop them up.
Happy days.
I mentioned in the previous game for Renier that he's going to be in the German Super League or the
100.
PDC Europe Super League, whatever you want to call it. Seems to have a bit of an identity crisis at the minute. Sorry, I'll just get off this soapbox.
34.
But the lineup has been confirmed as of yesterday because they had qualifiers, and well done to everybody who's going to be there. I think the biggest story
100.
is that Andre Velga has qualified. He hasn't played in it
Wow.
for about 9 years.
That is a real blast from the past.
He's probably still got spiky hair as
43.
well.
Didn't him and Colin Lloyd have a little bit of darting drama between each other?
Yeah, Velga was the opponent of Lloyd when he punched the board.
135.
But you've got some Super League regulars, the likes of Horvat,
134.
Marcel Gurden's going to be there again, Manfred Bildel, Idams, obviously, Nico Kurtz, Franz Rutsch, who you've seen here,
59.
David Schlichting, might mention his name again today, Nico Springer's playing, as well as Lucas Venig, who, for me, is
39.
one of the favourites.
107.
But I think the other topic is just how long the days are going to be, because Liam Mendel-Lawrence is playing as well.
75.
May need a bit of an extension.
151.
Bit like needing extra overs after sunlight.
57. Adam required 32.
Well, Adam, do you like 2-0?
It will be very much darts after dark, I'm sure.
Game
More
shot
like
on the
darts
second
after
leg.
dinner.
Adam Mould.
Well, that's 2-0 to Mould.
Yeah,
And
he was involved in the longest ever European tour
Well, look,
match.
it's Rene
Were
to
you the
throw
unfortunate
first.
commentator for that?
I was not in the commentary box for the Mendel-Lawrence Cantiller game, but it
100.
wasn't even 6-5.
No.
That's the scary thing. It was 10 legs, and it was nearly 50 minutes. And
100.
considering the format of the German Super League, he's got to play 6-7 games a day. So,
96.
yeah, interesting times ahead.
Yeah, one leg every 5 minutes to put that into some kind of perspective.
84.
Well, this isn't even being played at a particularly high level, and we completed 2 legs in less than 5 minutes.
Last week, we completed 4
95.
in 5 minutes and 41 seconds for a record. So not far off, 4 legs completed.
In the space of 1.
59.
Mould is averaging mid-70s here, like Rennie is. It just seems like the same
79.
problems are happening for the Cube today as they were in Group A. Hasn't seemed to have figured them out yet.
Yeah, it's not solved the cube.
140.
It's got to simplify things.
31. 57. And a miracle 118.
We've had a discussion about this finish this week.
Yes, that is statistically the right way to go
58.
when your opponent is
And
on
a 74.
a relatively easy finish. Well, there's no easy finish for Rene today. Double 10. Well,
Gave a
can't
shot
hit
in the
one
third
double,
leg.
but
Rene
hit 2.
Adams.
So weird, this game, sometimes, because
Look,
he's
it's
missed
Adams to
tops
throw
and
first.
tens
Game on.
earlier in the match.
There's
Then
an-
he's hit them both.
there's another example, Nico, that he's aware of the timing issue because he was so concerned of potentially busting with a treble
23.
20. He's gone so high, like he did on that double 5. Fortunately for him, it didn't go out the board.
That's an incredible point.
180.
And the way he delivered those 3, there didn't seem to be much effort. So remember what you did there, Rene. Replicate it.
100.
Yeah, do it again.
Do it again. good
135.
Yeah, went for the open part of the bed as well.
36.
Would be good to get another 9-darter this week. It would mean even more to a German being a 9-darter. But it would
140.
be, yes, it's a 9-darter. Not 9, it's a 9-darter.
Oh, this is looking like
43. Running
Bye
a
bye.
46.
a not bye-bye.
He's had all those treble 20s, then he misses a single, but still
Yeah, he
takes
was
the
on the
leg in
fourth
12
leg.
darts. How
Rene
many 12
Adams.
darters do you see with a missed single? Not many.
No.
Fifth leg, it's Rene to throw first. Game on.
I think Adam understands that Rene is cooking on gas now. But can he keep it going?
56.
Finished in the bottom 2 of Group A and was never really in the mix at any point.
96.
His best performance this week is a losing average of 86.48. Now, he can play better than that. We all know it.
Well, I've just
92.
seen an example of that in that leg 4. His problem's been replicating those kind of
41.
top quality legs.
Some of these players were here quite early this morning, between
95.
10:30 a.m. and 11 a.m. Around about hour 45, maybe 2 hours of preparation needed for this kind of
45.
challenge. But I think it's really important not to throw an enormous amount of darts because of the amount you're going to throw in the session. It's got to be constructive.
45.
And because you're going to play all the way through to possibly 6 o'clock, you've got to get the nutrition right in this session.
140.
Yep. Bit of protein, plenty of carbs.
Maybe just a little
96.
hit of something in the middle of the afternoon.
Yeah, bit of sugar.
This is better. Now, does he want to go 25 or treble 19?
139.
That's such a wonderful
and
approach.
117.
Well, that's interesting. Double 19.
79. And we
I think
require
he tried to
40.
get that shot backwards.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Game
about the
shot on the
logic,
fifth
but
leg. Adam
Adam
Mould.
Mould will care not. He leads 3-2. And that's the darts to get it done. He
6th leg, it's Adam to throw first.
got away with a couple of moments against Connor Hopkins.
100.
Do you know if you put these two together, you've got Stilton cheese? Because you've got Idams that sounds like Edam, and then mold, which is actually the stuff you find
100.
on blue cheese.
You do.
And you've got Stilton. Every single head-to-head should have a name. Like Bonneville against
96.
Taylor was the darting El Clasico. And this week we've had games which you've called boxing matches, like Hopkins versus
94.
somebody else.
Yeah. Well, Tommy Gunn was a
98.
boxer, and he's going to be up against Conor McGregor or Bernard Hopkins.
43.
Bit of a weight difference there between the fighters. Figuratively speaking, of course.
Yeah, there's a bit of a slagging match going on at the minute between Brock
96.
Lesnar and Conor McGregor, isn't there? Because
Ooh.
Conor's bad-mouthed WWE.
Jeez. I think Lesnar would fold him up and put him in his back pocket.
81. And a miracle 111.
Use him as a ruler.
No
Oh,
score.
Adam. He
Oh.
knew it the second the dart left his hand. The second it came out, he just groaned. He knew it was too high.
Well, that's that situation we discussed a couple of weeks ago
43.
where
And a miracle
it's a bit like on the
111.
25. You just sort of take a quick flash look at the treble 9, knowing you've got to avoid it, and guess what? Go straight in there.
45. Run over 140.
So technically, he scored 45 with 2 visits. Just trying to make something happen. He's going different routes to what he did earlier in the week.
And a miracle
And I don't
166.
blame him for doing that. Could be one match dart when he should have had many.
34.
He's going to need more.
Running required 58.
Can Rene level things up? Dry, dry.
Double 10.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
Ooh.
Rene
A
Ida.
little bit of fire. I like that. Because this group is do or die,
Final
isn't
leg,
it?
it's Rene to throw
Well,
first.
we
Game
have
on.
a bit of a rule of 3, don't we, Nico? We don't believe that you can afford to lose more than 3.
180.
180 of the week. As far as concentration of the points together. Right there. And as soon as that first 60 went in, we saw something from Adam there in the
58.
background. It was one of resignation.
Yep.
He nicks that 6th leg, then he starts with a 60, and then there you go. And the last thing you need is to have any sort of negativity
60.
coming into a last leg decider. You've got to remain positive to the very end.
Yeah, I think even at this early stage, Paul, that a second defeat
96.
for Rene, and he's already going to find himself in a bit of bother. So this is a must-win game, really.
55.
And it'll be against one of the fancied players, which is a bonus.
60.
He really needed to find a 60 with that last dart. Rene is going to get 6 darts from here, minimum. He's rescued himself brilliantly
115.
there with that treble 19. Hit twice. Finish can be left,
83.
but wasn't.
Rene required 91.
There's even more time on the side of Rene Edams. And he's going to leave tops.
51.
That was a much more assured single.
Yeah, there was a lot less shoulder involved.
44. Rene required
I
40.
think the white flag might have been raised a little bit there. As double 10 is gaping at the top. And is found just
shot
over
on
the top.
match.
To give Rene Idams a
Ida.
very interesting win. He had to survive a match shot from Adam Mould, but Adam may only have himself to blame for busting 111 in that previous leg. So Rene takes that one by 4 legs to 3.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
George Taylor, Garrett Tilling, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
It's game number 5 already. We've seen a couple of 4-3s and a couple of 4-1s. One of them, 4. This man here, Tommy Morris. He got away with one against Rene Adams, but I don't think Adam Mould can say the same. Whereas Victor Tingstrom, in his first game in this group, was mightily impressive, with an average in excess of 96 and 4 out of 7 on his doubles. If he can keep that going,
Game on.
he might just find himself towards the top third of this table.
Yes, and what will be insightful is to see how he deals with that level of performance and how he backs it up. I'm pretty sure this man will be
60.
expecting to play at a higher level than he produced in his opening match against Edams, where he averaged just 80.57.
36.
I think that's one of the variables about this sport that people need to understand fully, especially here at the MODUS Super Series, because after round 1 of fixtures, Tingstrom's got 2 points, so has Tommy. But if we look at the numbers, there's 16 between them, average-wise.
Yeah, and one of our big concerns with a lot of players is that range. The highs and the lows are often just too far adrift.
You make a good point. And based on the 2 players we've got on the Oki right now, I would expect, based on what I know about Victor and what I know about Tommy, for that 80.57 average to be Tommy's worst.
140.
I'd pretty much expect that 96 from Victor to be his best.
Yeah. It's whether or not they meet somewhere in the middle in this one. Well, he scared it, didn't he, in his
92. Tommy record 101.
earlier contest. Ooh. Can still finish. Treble 18. Right on the money.
Is there an argument for a double
53.
18 ball
Victor
there?
required 40.
That would be fancy.
Game shot on the first
what
leg.
is
For
got-
our enjoyment, yes,
Victor
Nico.
Tingstrom.
Well, I think there's a lot to gain from it because going for a bigger segment when your opponent's
So
on a
it's
double
Tommy to throw
try and get a
first.
shot at the ball, I think there's a lot of intelligence in it.
60.
But what we're seeing from Victor so far today is a different player.
Yeah, I mean, his finishing in that match against Cam
42.
Crabtree was very impressive. 4th and 7. That's as good as we've seen so far today.
60.
Interesting that on the back of the shirt for Tommy Morris, he's got the nickname The Gun,
140.
but he chose a pistol.
87.
He had his choice of many different types, and he went for the one that Clint Eastwood had in a very famous movie. I wonder if he's feeling lucky.
I wonder if he's going to make my day.
177.
Victor's making his own day.
Yeah, this is superb.
But he might be carrying Tommy with him.
Victor record 142.
17's it's got to be. Second time he's had a crack at it today, and second time he's missed the 51 with the first start.
Is that pistol a Magnum?
94. Tommy record
I should think it is.
114.
My firearms knowledge is not the best.
So Victor is going to be back at 48 for 2-0.
58. Victor required 48.
It's going to be double 16.
60.
Can't find the middle of the
Tommy
two, giving
required
Tommy a chance to
56.
equalise. These are the chances that you can't miss in games like this. Don't let your opponent double up on you. His rhythm on doubles is so
Games on the
different to that
second
of his
leg.
scoring.
Tommy Morris.
It's almost like he's got one game for accumulating big scores and one game for target shooting at the end of a leg.
The leg it's Victor to throw
Yeah, it's
first.
a bit like the-
Game on.
American pool players. They have a break cue and they have a playing cue. He has a playing style and a finishing style, and they're both totally
137.
different.
Did you watch a lot of the pool when it was on?
Yeah, I'm a big pool fan.
100.
I do love the Moscone Cup. I've been a couple of times, and it's an incredible atmosphere. It's the closest thing you can get to darts, really, the atmosphere. Or that
44.
snooker shootout thing they do.
Are you a fan of Earl the Pearl Strickland?
Yeah, I am, and I've actually met him.
100.
He's as bonkers in real life as he is on TV. In a good way. He's just a bit of an extrovert.
99.
And before we even had Tommy here,
100.
he had a friend of his giving us a bit of insight into how good they think he is. And that person was Scott
60.
Mitchell. He said at the time when Scott was here playing that if Tommy came here, he's the best player in Dorset. Now, that is
60.
quite the commendation
Victor record
from a current England
161.
international.
Well, it is, considering Dorset are currently in the Premier League in the counties.
Yeah, first time in the history
85.
they've been there, isn't
Tommy
it?
record 141.
Nice dart. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the treble 19.
Victor requires 76.
This one's on a knife edge here in leg 3.
Yeah, he applies the pressure well, though. This 76 is no gimme. We're going to have one at tops, and he's going to have to navigate himself around that
56.
single 20.
Tommy requires 32.
Seems a lot calmer today than he was the last 3 days. Seems a bit more focused as
Game
well.
shot on the third leg.
But he is behind.
Tommy Morris.
Break of throw for the gun. But is he going to be top gun
Fourth leg, it's Tommy to
here
throw
in
first.
this group?
Well, he will be if he wins this match. Ooh.
80.
Well, those darts, when they hit the board, they do veer a little bit to the left when they hit.
Yeah,
So if he clatters into the dart, it will actually
100.
accentuate the bounce out to the left. There you can see it.
yeah, he's a bit right to left, isn't he?
140.
Yeah, if he was a golfer, he'd be fading the ball
I
from
was going to
left to
say
right.
it's not a draw, is it? It's a fade.
Whereas Victor's a bit more Frank Sinatra.
100.
Straight down the middle.
45.
I don't think our referee got that reference because he likes Coldplay, not Frank Sinatra. And there's
59.
no yellow on the board. It's just on the carpet.
Or on the flights. It's been a popular colour this week, and on the shirts.
Hasn't it just? We had
60.
yellow flights from Victor Tingstrom, but they've been put in the bin because they were probably done before the week even
Well,
started.
They were good for the bin, that was about it.
But then he went to the black flights,
100.
and I'm sure we'll see the yellow ones from Oscar Lukasiak later. I don't know whether you've noticed that Tommy Morris's darts aren't just
100.
made up
Big record,
of
142.
4 components. It looks like he's got a 5th component on there. Point, barrel, stem, flight, and something else. Between the stem and the barrel.
44.
Looks
Tommy
like a
requires
little
76.
plastic sleeve. Might be to keep the aluminium stems from rattling against the tungsten, to keep them in place.
Yeah, it keeps them tight, doesn't it?
36.
It's like a little piece of rubber. They were
Victor
around,
require 98.
almost like a rubber O-ring.
Yeah, it's a sensible thing to do with aluminium stems because sometimes they can loosen.
Yeah, they do. Remember the old aluminium ones used to have a hole in that you could put the point into
66.
to tighten
Tommy
them.
require 40.
That's going back a few years.
Double top. Or 3-1 up. And again, that measured approach.
Game shot on the
And a winning
fourth.
approach at this point.
Tommy Morris.
He's got a really interesting grip as well, hasn't he? There's a lot of hand on the dart.
Yep.
Fifth leg, it's Victor
Looks like
to
the
throw
third
first.
finger's on the point.
Game on.
The index finger's almost on the stem. And he's covering the whole barrel with a claw-like grip.
45.
May get a look at that grip in a moment. You say there's a lot going on,
140.
but it's effective.
It does somewhat remind me a little bit of Sean McDonald, who has a lot of fingers and that flailing little finger.
60.
But does it remind you of Eric a little bit? Just a little bit?
100.
Yeah, maybe. There's a little, yeah, and the finger, the little finger.
Yes, the wrist isn't cocked as much, but it does remind me of that
97.
just a little bit. There it is. Thumb towards the back of the barrel. You don't get to see it very
80.
often because the dart's already gone.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I just tried to replicate Eric with a little pinky out,
99.
almost like a cobra striking. But Lake
140.
Mesa had that lovely sort of flopped over wrist, didn't it?
Didn't he? Right. Oh, such a beautiful old school throw.
Yeah.
98. Tommy require
Nobody
41.
throws like him anymore. That's a missed single.
Yeah. Double 8.
Takes a minute.
25.
It's not a bad effort, that
No,
one.
I thought it was in
102.
initially. I thought it just squeezed the other side of the wire. This is a toughie. 42. Yeah, going for the bigger target correctly.
48. Tommy requires 16.
I wouldn't have been shocked to see him go for the bullseye because he's hit it plenty already today. Double 4.
$12.
Vital darts missed
Victor
for the
requires
match.
54.
This one should be done and dusted. Double top for Victor. This is just for a hole to throw.
34.
That one flops in the air, loses all momentum.
Tommy require 4.
And Tommy has Desmond for a big win.
Is it this already today? And he hits it again
Shot on the match.
for the win.
Tommy
4-1.
Morris.
And as we almost anticipated, Victor unable to replicate that fabulous performance against Cam Crabtree in match number 3. He gets beaten 4-1 with an 81-85. Tommy 82-82. When we come back, it is Cam Crabtree back in action against another youngster here, Connor Hopkins.
thank you for coming back to us. And now it's an even younger game than we had in game 3 with Cam Crabtree, as he was taking on a 22-year-old on that occasion. Now he's up against someone who's actually 2 years younger than him, as opposed to 2 years older. It is a young person's game here on Thursday, that's for sure. Connor Hopkins, in his second game here in Group C, will now take on Cameron Crabtree, who was stunted a little bit in that first game against Victor, because Victor put in a performance,
First
didn't
leg,
he?
it's Connor to throw
Yeah,
first.
I was unable to back it up
Game on.
in his performance against Tommy Morris, but a chance to redeem himself here.
96.
Or can Connor use that performance from Victor as a bit of an inspiration?
85.
I should imagine these two would know each other quite well from all the many youth opportunities out there over the past few years that they've been involved in.
Yeah, they've both been playing on the development tour this
125.
year. Admittedly, Cam has been playing a little bit more than Connor because he's a bit more developed.
Well, he's also had the
96.
experience. You were just having digging a little deeper. He's actually played in every Players' Championship this year.
Yeah, if you think about someone who has had a busy year
56.
over the last couple of years, think about
And
Scott,
we've been complaining.
yeah, Scott Williams last year played Challenge Tour Super Series, WDF, played for his country,
180.
and he played on the Pro Tour as an alternate. But think about Crabtree. He's played on the Challenge Tour all year. He's played every single Players' Championship, and he's played in all of the
84.
development tour
And we
weekends as well.
140.
Yeah, so just in the PDC, you've done a little bit of a calculation, haven't you?
60.
Yeah, we've got a number
Well, you
here which
require 140.
is incredible for this time of year. And bearing in mind the year isn't finished yet. Let's see if he can take 80. No flatties
74.
required
And we
because he
require
already throws
80.
them. Just over the top of that one. Or a little marker for tops.
60. Connie requires
And Connor in his
66.
first game was 1 from 5. Bold. He
Game shot on the
obviously likes
first
double
leg.
12.
Connor Hopkins.
And he likes going different routes as well, because I can't remember the last time I saw somebody go for bull on 66
Second against
and end up
Cam
on
to
double
throw
12.
first. Game on.
But bravo to Connor. Takes the lead, and Cam's probably thinking, why is everybody doing this to me?
132.
Yes, that statistic. Outside of these Super Series this year, he's played 232 games of darts in 2023.
125.
That is an awful lot.
Is that Dev Tour, Challenge Tour, Pro Tour?
Yes.
And he's been playing ADC, and he's been playing
140.
other events, and of course, multiple times here at the Super Series in 2023. It'll
Yeah,
be
he was playing some WDF stuff as well. He lost out in the last 16 of the British
95.
Open
yep.
to a certain Luke Littler, who won both tournaments. But over the 232 games, and this is
140.
why we think he's got promise, an average of 87.73.
Yeah, that's class. That's class.
55.
And you do get the feeling that
And we
the
require
other gear to be
89.
found will be found once he concentrates his efforts on something
Game shot on the
like
second
this
leg.
or the Pro Tour in
Cam
the future.
Crabtree.
Because there is an argument this year that he's played too much, but he's just looking
Well, it
to
gets Connor to throw first.
keep the opportunities alive, like he has done with his friend Owen Bates. They've played everywhere they could possibly go.
I think at that age, and when you have the
83.
opportunity he has to play as much as he is doing, it's just an opportunity to learn
58.
and continue to learn. Play against different players in different environments, different pace of players.
95.
Just to think about the amount of experience he's been getting this year. 1 week he might be playing against Connor Hopkins. The next week he could be playing against Gerwin Price.
34.
And the week after that he could be playing against Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, it's invaluable, isn't it? That's
77.
the beauty of where our sport is right now.
And if he does consolidate that position in that order of merit for the Challenge Tour, who knows
99.
who we could play against on the biggest stage of them all. And the best way to get ready for that next week would be to win this week.
180.
No sign of panic here from Crabtree, even though
98.
we are seeing
Money required 66.
from Connor Hopkins here something that we haven't seen all week. He's going for 66 again, the same way.
42.
This
Money
time
required 112.
he does get a chance.
Will he get another? Oh, this is awkward. Because of the way his darts under the board, that was always going to be a tough
Money
either.
required 24.
Maybe in a shout there, Nico, for 42 ball.
Oh, indeed, the treble 18. Ooh, that's a bad dart.
12.
Yeah, well, the 54-38,
36.
I agree. They were all a bit tight, weren't they? The magnitude of the
Game
situation
leg.
played havoc with
Cam
the action of
Crabtree.
Hopkins.
I didn't know that Cam had the nickname Shazam.
Fourth leg, it's Cam to throw
I know who
first.
to ask
Game
if I need the name of a song now.
59.
Usually we have somebody singing in the halls. I can't imagine who that is. But we'll just ask Cam if we get a song stuck in our head.
125.
Just how key is that third leg going to be for Cam? Because it breaks the mould of people getting the better of him today. Maybe now he can
180.
impose himself a little bit more.
Yeah, play with a bit more freedom, and I think it's key for Crabtree to have that
94.
time on his side that allows him to just play and produce his natural game,
92.
which is flamboyant.
That's why we like him. Because he's very good. And his temperament is faultless.
180.
Another 180 there.
70.
From Connor, which is our fourth of the game.
44.
Was this the game that was part of our bet builder?
102.
I think it was, yeah.
Another double 12 shot.
70.
He's determined to leave the top
Miracle
left corner, isn't
And
he?
it's
26.
interesting because you can almost feel that it's Cam Crabtree under pressure here. Although similar ages,
46.
Crabtree, of course, is
Money
the
required 24.
player making bigger waves of the two. So this would be
Games
a
on the
scalp
fourth
and a half for
Connor Hopkins.
Connor Hopkins, and he's got it back to 2-2 and back on throw. He's averaging 91.34.
It's Connor
Crabtree
to
at the
throw
moment,
first.
96.81. That's close to the performance from Victor against him in match 3, which was 96.59.
58.
I'm just having a little glance through the development tour this year for Connor. He's in the top 25 of the averages at 82.98. If you compare that to this week, he's about 4 points down. Maybe something to do with the fact that this is his first time here.
43.
But when you play better players, your averages tend to be more reflective of who you're playing as well. And I think Group A, with all respect this week, has been
58.
a little bit under par. But he's played some of the big hitters on the development tour this year, the likes of Vessel Nyman, Bradley Brooks, Reece Colley, who recently
40.
played at the World Cup for England
Yep.
in the WDF, Jitse van der Waal. But most of these players that I've mentioned, he has
100.
lost to them. And another one is Kieran Tian, who we'll see tonight. Still can't believe he's under 25. He's about 25 feet tall.
56.
And if you are thinking about joining us here at the Super Series this Saturday, might be a good one to come and
100.
attend here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Tickets available. Well, they can be reserved for a £2 booking fee. There's no cost. There's no price for the
44.
tickets is
Cammy
just the booking fee
147.
via dartshop.tv. Doors open around
91.
6-ish. Or if you fancy coming down and having a game and then watching some darts, come and take part in the ADC. All the information about that at Darts
140.
Atlas.
Cammy requirement 56.
If you have a look on your social medias,
Age
ADC,
on the
the
fifth
amateur
leg.
dart circuit, as
Cam Crabtree.
Crabtree re-establishes a lead and a break of throw.
Sixth leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
You can sense that Crabtree just wants to get on the board here with the points. And if he does so after 2 rounds, it would only be Hopkins
100.
without points going into round 3. Everything would be bunched up, and Tommy Morris would be top with 4 points.
And if you are thinking about coming and have not booked a ticket yet,
180.
number 3 for Connor Hopkins. Get your ticket early, because if Morris and Crabtree qualify out of this group,
93.
there won't be too many tickets left.
That's true.
I don't think too many will be coming over from Ontario.
41.
Long way. And you can only fly direct from Toronto.
You did a funny there. Long way.
98.
Didn't even know it.
So good you are, Nick.
Didn't even know it. He's playing really well in this game.
Really encouraging this.
I just get the feeling, I don't know about you, Mace, but
140.
is he more comfortable playing someone that he knows?
That's a great shout. Wants to leave tops, and he's done just that. Pressure on the 70.
Might be the only chance he gets to win the match.
38.
Very close.
Connie require
Hopkins
40.
on a double after 12. This is what he had to do to put pressure on Crabtree.
Game on the
This
sixth
is a
leg.
very good game. Very
Connor
encouraging
Hopkins.
for Connor, who is currently averaging more than at any point in any
Seventh and
game he's
final leg,
played
it's
this
Connor
week.
to throw
And he
first.
does have the darts in
Game
the last
on.
leg. And it's happening again to Crabtree, who lost in his first contest with a 92.68. This is more than that, and he could lose again.
134.
Yeah, this is really good from Connor Hopkins. He was a big dog in this
59.
game. He was 12-5. Crabtree was the 3-10 favourite. And at the moment,
58.
he's looking good. He's forcing Crabtree into finding at least a 140, really. And he
58.
comes up dry.
Twice. Hopkins is going to go for the 19s first here. That's a mark of respect, really.
Yeah, but
31.
I understand it in one way, but ultimately keep it simple. Nothing Crabtree can do can force him into taking on a 170 finish. And by complicating
85.
things, he's left himself vulnerable.
And he's been really good on the 60 in the last leg and a half. So stay where you are in that position.
Now he's hit 3 180s, Paul.
Now, Crabtree has to go
134.
for 19s first here. He has no option.
$99.
It's a 6,
And I
if
require
needed,
144.
for Hopkins to win this 1-4-3.
You couldn't ask for a better position against Crabtree at the minute than this.
27.
He hasn't done very well, which means that Crabtree might get a go. He might have 6 darts from here.
Well, he's gone from thinking, I'm out of this, to thinking, well, if I can hit...
60.
Oh, dear.
Connie
I
require
was about to say hit a ton.
170.
I'm back in it.
But what if Connor slips again?
Oh, this is just
33.
pressure. This is why
Can you require
Hopkins is
140?
hit scores of 27 followed by 33. He's going to get a go at 84, but it may well
60.
be his last chance.
You can feel the pressure.
He's almost
Well,
just
you
going to
require
fall over the line,
84.
isn't he?
Yeah. Someone is. Who's it going to be? Treble 17. He's next door.
52.
He will have learned an awful lot about
And
himself in
they'll
the last
require
9
80.
darts. But now it's a question of whether Cam can actually finish the match off. He had 1 dart at double 16 to finish it. Now he gets 1 at tops.
60.
Well, this is going to be
Body
a big
requires
sculpt
32.
for Connor Hopkins if he can find double 16 pull.
Game
He does
shot
find double
and the
16.
match.
And
Connor
that one
Hopkins.
is against the run of play, you got to say it. Cam Crabtree is the only person without points in the first couple of rounds. So he's got to play catch-up against everybody else. And his next game is against the ADC #1 in Adam Mould. But for the second time here today, Cam Crabtree loses to someone. And this time it's Connor Hopkins by 4 legs to 3.
Hello everyone, and it is Balcony back here at the MODUS Super Series. We are through 2 rounds of action here at the Live Lounge. Reports of Mace the Ace. Chris Mason is alongside me up here to talk about what we've seen so far. And well, for 2 of our favourites, well, for one it's been the perfect start, for the other, the complete opposite.
Yeah, Cam Crabtree, not just favourite to win this Group C, but one of the fancied favourites to win the whole week, getting off to the worst start possible, losing both of his opening matches. One fairly convincingly, and the other one edged out by Connor Hopkins. So, going to make the rest of the day's play rather interesting because he can't afford a 3rd loss.
Has it felt like players have raised their game against him, such as the respect he harbours?
Well, they have, haven't they? We haven't seen anything like that from Victor. We've seen a losing average of over 98, but in terms of performance level, again, from Connor Hopkins, in large parts of that game, that's as best we've seen from him. And that can happen, but that's a sign of respect.
As far as Tommy Morris is concerned, 2 wins from 2 ton-plus checkouts in that opening match against Rene Idams. And this is so typical of Tommy, quick starter, but it's about doing it throughout the whole course of the day.
Yeah, and he'll be fairly happy. He will be more than aware than anyone. I don't have to to mention it, but he's not been anywhere near the level of play we expect from him. Yet he's the one that's managed to pick up the 2 wins, and that's what you've got to do here. It's not as important in the early stages or the opening matches, to go and blast out the big averages. They've got to come at the right time, and at the moment he's looking very comfortable, it has to be said.
Indeed, he is. Right, let's have a look at the table then after 2 rounds of fixtures for everyone. Tony Moyes having 1 in each of his opening 2. Cam Crabtree, the opposite end of the fortune scale, and the rest of the field are on 2 points. So we don't really know too much more in terms of the middle part of the table than when we began earlier on this afternoon. But who would you say, based on the performance you've seen so far, could make the biggest push in the second half of the session?
I don't know, it's been a mixed bag from everybody, hasn't it? It's only Tommy who's unbeaten, and he's not played anywhere near his best as yet. And everybody else has sort of played 1 good match and 1 poor match. So we don't really know any more than what we knew before we got going. Just the big surprise is to see the favourite for the group at the foot of the table.
Most certainly. Right, let's have a look and see what's happening next week here at the Super Series. Week 11, only a couple more weeks of qualification left to go. Group A is going to see David Schlichting in amongst the action. Reece Robertson, former weekly winner here before, but the strength really does look as if it lies in Group C. James Richardson, Andy Hamilton, and Scott Taylor, who's won a week and got to a final of a week before. Yeah,
and Kevin Edwards, who, like Jim Long, won a seniors event at the weekend. He plays in Group B. That's a toughie with David Davis, who produced a record-breaking average, didn't he, recently on the ADC. Matt Dennant, we know what we're going to get from him. Good to see James Richardson back for his last chance at qualifying for Champions Week, and always good to see Andy Hamilton on the stage. He's going to give it absolutely everything, and a bit of an unknown bag, really. Reece Robinson, who's been very impressive of late here at the ADC, and Steve Brown, his son, had a go recently, didn't he? So it'll be bragging rights in the Brown household.
Be interested to see why that gets underway Monday morning from 9:30. Well, do you like a bit of bully, Mace?
I do love a bit of bully, mate.
Well, we're going to do a little bit of bully now between now and 3 o'clock, because the latest edition of the Bullseye Challenge saw our Group A winner Jim try and attempt as many bullseyes as possible. So I suppose the question everybody's lips is, can a long push it?
Hi, this is Jim Long, and this is my Bullseye Challenge.
We might have to get a move on, but bullseyes are what he's after, and bullseyes he finds. Good start from Jim, known as Gentleman Jim. And I just wonder how many Canadian jokes I can make in this 60-second window. He's not missing the 25.
3.
That's all. This is really solid effort. You can see what he's doing right here. He's relying on accuracy as opposed to using speed to get more shots, eh?
3.
This is really good. He's constantly getting on the green. The clock is always ticking, but Jim has got his eye in here. First time he misses the green. And it continues all the way through that visit. That might cost him the top spot in the table. I just imagine that bullseye as a nice cold pint of Molson, Jim. Or a nice Caesar.
1.
With a wild bean and a bit of celery in it. If you hit one and get your...
Jim Long scores 12.
Hello everyone, welcome along to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV. Well, it's Thursday afternoon, which means it is Group C time. We've already seen 2 rounds of fixtures come and go, and we've seen the bookmakers' favourite to win the group, Cam Crabtree, already lose his first 2 matches and may already see himself in a little bit of peril. Elsewhere, Tommy Morris is the only player to have obtained a perfect start to proceedings. We'll see them in games 8 and 9 respectively. So this is how the table occupies itself after 2 rounds of matches for every player. Tommy Morris is at the summit. Meanwhile, there is 4 players prize on 2 points apiece, with Crabtree looking to get his first victory on the board. Well, first up for us here after 3 o'clock and in the 3rd round of fixtures is a battle of Germany up against Sweden as Rene Idams takes on Victor Tingstrom. And describing all of the action down in the commentary box is a very good afternoon to Chris Mason, who's alongside Paul Nicholson.
Thank you very much, Henry. It's time to get our first look at a 4th match of the week, because this is the 4th fixture between these two. And so far this week, Idams against Tingstrom has given us a great deal of joy for this man's opponent.
Yeah, the only scoreline we've not had is 4-0, because Vic's won 4-1, 4-2 and 4-3. And, well, if he replicates the form he's shown in match 3 today, for our viewers on Sporty Stuff, who may not have watched on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, Victor defeated Cam Crabtree 4-1 with a 96.59 average, a 126 finish, and 4 out of 7 on the doubles.
135.
He's looking a different animal today, Paul.
Indeed. He did, however, revert to type
125.
in his second match today. So, looking at the nature of Group A, which was very up and down, maybe this will be a bit more of the up than the down.
Yeah, and Henry mentioned that the favourite for the group and one of the hot favourites for the week in Cam Crabtree was not only defeated in that game, he was then defeated
41
by Connor Hopkins 4-3. So he's lost with a 92.68 and a 89.87. That can't continue, Paul.
100.
It's as simple as that. And if it does, he's got every right to shake and scratch his head.
59.
I think these two can very much say to themselves, I belong in this group based on what we saw in the first 3 days. Maybe more so Rene than Victor, because at one point he was looking pretty good
60.
to at least make the top 3, but just fell away at the start of yesterday's session.
Well, the problem for Crabtree is in the match to follow this one, he will face Adam Mould, another one of the players
40.
fancied to
135.
come through this group.
$63.
And he's still got to play
130.
another 2.
Yeah, in Tommy Morris. And Rene.
58. Rene requires
I
72.
just wonder where Cam's going to be when he plays Rene in game 15. Where's Rene going to be here?
Game shot on
Well,
the
that's
first
good.
leg. Rene Idams.
Well, if he keeps walking into the results, he may need a Rene for his stomach,
Second against Victor to
because he'll be
throw
feeling a
first.
bit sick.
Game on.
Great play on words.
Every now and again, Nico, every now and again.
85.
Quality, not quantity.
We'll end that conversation there.
140.
I think it is quality over quantity that you actually want in this sport. And as far as 60 shooting is concerned, it hasn't been too bad at the start of this second leg.
But incredibly, in that win over Cam Crabtree for Victor, and the average of
84.
96.59, didn't hit a 180, didn't hit one in his second match.
60.
In fact, He is the only person today not to hit a max.
And we've had plenty from Connor.
25.
Yeah. Chipped in with 3 last time out.
So maybe that's the case for Victor Tingstrom. If he's going to have success here at the Super
100,
Series,
running
just
record
don't hit 180s.
152.
No. 140 I'm out of it.
55.
Let's see if he can take care of 76.
Victor requires 76.
We're not going to get a 4-0, so all of the different results for Victor won't happen until at least tomorrow. But that's at the back of his mind
Game shot on the
as
second
he
leg.
equalises at 1-1.
Victor
That's
Tingstrom.
clean.
Yeah, that was big for him. You could see by the reaction. He knew the importance of
Delegates
not
Renee to throw
potentially
first.
going 2-0 behind. Rennie feels like one of those players that
60.
at 2-0 he tends to relax, and we could see some of his best darts, which we've already seen in parts today.
Can I get back on my soapbox for a second
85.
Of course.
and ask you a very well chewed over question that has been going on for a few seasons now? I mentioned earlier that Rennie Idams is
134.
playing in the German Super League in the next month. Do you think German players get too many opportunities to make Alexandra Palace?
58.
Yeah, I think they get more opportunities than the players who have strived and earned their tour cards. Even you could say the same about those on the
58.
challenge and the dev. Probably more so with, I mean, look at, for an example, a player you mentioned, Incam Crabtree, he's playing in absolutely
55.
everything. He's getting opportunity after opportunity without actually having a tour card.
Yeah, Dev Tour, Challenge Tour, Pro Tour.
100.
I think if you're a card holder, those you have your opportunity to qualify, and that's it. Like the rest of them, like the other players can't play in a separate qualifier, can they? To represent another country.
So we'll talk about this more in the next leg because I have a point to make. And I'm not pointing fingers, I
59.
promise you. I'm just illustrating
require
what has actually happened
170.
before.
But I do have a counter argument, which we'll get to after you make your point.
Okay. Sounds fair to me.
98.
Let's see what Rene does
Rene
on 90
require
because
90.
when he had this shot earlier in the day, he went bull first. He's done it again.
15, double 10.
70.
That was a lot more measured
Victor requires
than
72.
some shots we've seen from Rene earlier today. Feels like the pace of this game has been sapped.
Game shot on the third leg.
But the game has been taken
Victor
so far
Tingstrom.
by Victor Tingstrom.
Yeah, because he's 2 from 2. Right, go, Nico.
Oh, look at
Feels
that.
like it's Victor to throw
My
first.
lip reading in Swedish is
Game
abysmal,
on.
by the way, so I don't know what he's saying, but it's definitely full of pep. Now, my point is for someone I really respect and someone I really like in Max
83.
Hopp. Last year, he had 5 opportunities to make Alexandra Palace and didn't make any of them. That is beside the point because he had world
180.
rankings, Pro Tour rankings, he had the German Super League, he had
60.
one of the qualifying tournaments in Europe as well, which he didn't get through,
And the PDPA qualifiers?
and the
81.
PDPA qualifier at the end. So there were 5 avenues to Alexandra Palace for one player. Now, my argument for this, should there have been some sort of
58.
discussion about each player having a tour card, having limited opportunity. So they should have 2 goals or 3 goals, and that's it, not 5.
140.
Yeah. My counter argument will arrive in leg 5.
We're just keeping everybody on the line at the minute, aren't we? We're not
60.
reeling them in too much.
Rene require 100.
It's an interesting discussion because we might see Rene Idams at Alexandra Palace at the end of the year. And we might still see him
81.
in the finals on Saturday because his improvement in form, it's so close.
Yeah, it's in spells. He's showing the kind of form that saw him
100.
winner
Rene
week
Requin,
here.
19.
That's really
Game shot
good.
on the 4 flag.
14 darter,
Rene
and he's now had
Adams.
25 darts at a double today. That's
Fifth
not
against
bad at
Rene
all.
to throw first.
Going
Game
into your
on.
third game, a decent amount, and his kill rate, if it just improves a little bit, he'll be more threatening.
Yeah, we're seeing more bigger
58.
scores for him. As for German players getting opportunity, due to their financial investment in terms of broadcast rights, etc.,
140.
and their commitment to the sport, and the fact that 30% of tickets are purchased
94.
from fans in that area for the World Championships. I get it. You've got to have you've got to look after their investment. The same can be said from
100.
other countries where people may not realise that have shown massive interest, investment,
96.
commercially, which I tend to no longer look at the sport from the eyes as just a player. I now understand it from the commercial side of
57.
things and as a fan.
And what we should say as well is that the Professional Darts Corporation is not the governing body of the sport.
85.
They are a promotional company promoting darts from the ground up to ultimately have the Premier Championship at the end of the year, which they do.
Well, very much people used to think it was
58.
the BDO they weren't. They were put in that position by the WDF. And
57.
it's been that way since day dot.
146.
Meaning your argument for German players is sound as a pound, love.
58.
Sound as
And
a
they
fish
require
geek.
111.
Tickety boo.
Oh, I love that phrase. Rene's not going to love that finish.
53.
No.
Victor
But
require
Victor may only get a
88.
dart at the ball here if he doesn't find a treble in either of darts 1 or 2. Oh dear. So Rene will be back
33.
to go in front.
Rene require 58.
That was a bit like finding cinnamon in your porridge and you don't like it.
Game
Oh,
shot
Rene
on the fifth
Adams
leg.
has just spilt
Rene
the entire
Adams.
capsule of cinnamon on Victor's porridge because that is a sickening leg loss for the
Sigler gets
Swede.
Victor to throw
He should have had
first.
that one.
Game on.
You can see on the stage today from the likes of Tommy Morris, from Mould, from Crabtree at times, from Adams,
140.
just how much these leg wins mean to them.
Well, Rene's whole body language is different to that
94.
from Tuesday and Wednesday.
Yeah, he's gone full Jurgen Klinsmann today. He's going to go out there and try and get over the finishing line no matter
60.
what.
Maybe using the fact that he was thought of as one of the most unlikely players
180.
to win the group at 14-1. The only player outside of that was Connor Hopkins at 16s, and maybe that's the fuel for his fire.
140.
This is one of those groups where, and I was honestly the same this morning. I
60.
looked at some of these fixtures and I
Which
thought, I
are
bet I can pick at least
161.
13 winners from 15 today. But you know when you put it on a coupon and it starts falling through the air very slowly, and it edges closer to the shredder.
167.
And then the next thing you know, the sound of the shredder, because we're getting a lot of it wrong. And as soon as you
57.
think Rene Adams is taking
Victor
control of the
required
match,
24.
Victor's on double 12 after 12.
Well, only half of the players who were massive favourites to win
Game shot on
the
the
opening
sixth
6
leg.
matches
Victor Tingstrup.
have gone by way of the favourites.
Who's favourite now?
7th
This
final
man
against
here
Rene
for
to throw
me.
first. Game on.
Which means in traditional commentary booths, I've got to go for Victor.
Of course.
60.
Yeah, Tommy was 1-3 favourite, just edged out Rene 4-3. And Adam Mould was 4-11 favourite. Got that done against Connor 4-1. Crabtree was the 4-11 shot and was beaten 4-1 by Victor. Then Adam was 1-2 favourite. He lost 4-3 to Rene. Tommy was 8-11. He
58.
obliged. And then Crabtree was 3-10. And he was beaten by the 12-5 shot. Connor Hopkins, 4-3.
131.
Lovely darts from Victor there. Now within striking distance of a finish, Idams has got to find another 140. Only gets a ton.
The advantage of throw lost with visits of 140 and 131 for Victor.
That feeling of, I haven't lost to you this week. He wants to hold on to that until tomorrow.
Yeah, and again, how important is that? How much of that was Rene thinking of at the start of this deciding leg? He'd be thinking, I've been here before.
What's he going to do? Single 12, surely. Steer clear of trouble.
Yeah.
Absolutely the right thing to do.
Listen, tops after 12 and a decider. Forcing your opponent to go out in 15 or fewer.
97.
He hits this.
Victor required 40.
Watch the reaction. I meant to see if Rene Idams gets out of this with 2 points.
Watch the reaction here if the 86 goes.
There will be one. That was a let-off. Double top. What a recovery from the cube. This is the biggest dart he's thrown this week.
46.
Gave it every chance.
Victor required 5.
That was not... Well, it was a matter of millimetres away.
Double 2. With a blocker.
3.
Can't find his way, and it's now 5 darts missed for the match.
Rene couldn't tuck his eyes off it,
Rene
could he?
required 40.
He was staring it down.
Is it going to be double 10 again? Double 10 to the rescue. Yes, it is. There's that reaction. He's got 4 points from a possible 6, and he's part of this group, and he could even be in the top 2 over the next couple of days. He's using up all of his energy there just to get his first win of the week against Victor Tingström. But I think because of his pride, he wants to be part of the race over the next couple of days, and I admire that. That was really gutsy stuff, but he really shouldn't have had that opportunity at the end, but he took full advantage of it. Cam Crabtree, looking for his first points in the group, has got Adam Mould after this.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back, and it's time to see what happens in our middle match of this session. So unpredictable today, as we've just seen yet another favourite beaten, and a first defeat this week for Victor Tingstrom against Rene Idams. But now we've got two players that joined us here this morning. Crabtree is in need of points, and he needs them fairly soon. Otherwise, he could even be cut adrift here on day one against Adam Mould, who won his first game by 4-1. Since then, he lost out in his second game to Rene Idams, the same way that Victor Tingstrom just has.
Yeah, I predicted a bit of a
First
bashing
leg, it's
for the
Adam
bookies
to throw
today,
first. Game on.
but like so often, it's very much a day for the bookies because of the 7 matches played, 4 of the favourites have been beaten.
78.
Certainly not what myself and Nico thought was going to happen, but that's sport.
Yeah, it's played by human beings, not on paper.
140.
If sport was predictable, it would be boring. that's brilliant.
180.
Now, there's something I've noticed about the setup of Cam Crabtree here, and it's not something he's just done today. It is very typical of him.
59.
He does what I call, he fans his flights flat.
I know.
You hate it, don't you?
Yeah, yeah. It just
100.
it's just not right. It's just not right. In fact, I think the DRA should bring out a law on it.
92. Adam, you're 143.
In fact, and any flights that are, if you get on stage or on TV and your flights are damaged, you have to go and put new ones in.
60.
If they get damaged during a game, you get a pass out for that. But yeah, flights that are not properly fanned and symmetrical
96.
should be against the rules.
83.
Double 16 for Adam. Fine leg so far.
75.
Cam
And
needs
the
something to happen early.
Yeah, and this may just give him that boost. Tops.
74. Adam,
It's
you're
like he's
requiring 8.
constantly going to the well and there's nothing in it.
Game's on the
Well,
first
I'd love
leg.
to say it's because
Adam
he's
Mould.
not playing very well, but he's averaging over 90 for the day. Yeah, and that look tells you
Second leg, it's Cam
all you
to
need
throw
to know.
first.
It's a
Game
look
on.
of what on earth is going on here today.
Yeah, every time I look at my fixture sheet for the day, I'm seeing nothing but
100.
him trying to walk up a ladder covered in syrup. It's just a really hard job.
Or Greece.
He's against the darts here.
180.
There's number 1. 2, that's how many 180s Adam Mould has already hit against him.
140.
He needs something to cling to, whether it's a big finish or an overall performance that he can say, right, I'm going now. And Tommy Morris got that early with that 1-2-1 on the bull. I feel like it's something like that
Yeah.
that would get Crabtree going.
He needs something to
97.
inspire him.
Is there anybody else in darts history who used to fan their flights like that used to drive you crazy?
Yeah, there's been a few over the years, hasn't there?
164.
Wonderful darts,
And he requires 68.
but he could be 2-0 down.
Yep. Well, if it is, it may well be on the ball.
This would make Crabtree feel even worse if he rescues it like this. Double 12.
44. And he
Potentially
requires 60.
dodged a bit of a bullet there.
That's such a lovely single. How does he get it in the middle of that?
20.
That's the problem with
Adam
tops and a
requires
flat lie like
24.
that.
Yeah, I like that when people use that kind of lie on 48 and they just go
Game's on
inside the
second leg.
single
Adam
16
Mould.
area, so the next dart acts as a guide for the double 16, and that's what Cam Crabtree tried there. And
Well, it's Adam to throw
I do
first.
love his
Game-
attitude. He is such a lovely fella.
It's almost like he's signed up for French class and he's wound up in Japanese.
57.
And just-
Mandarin.
What's going on here?
$100.
Again, it's not like he's playing poorly, but everybody's playing well against him.
Well, he's not far off his running average for the day. I mean, he's averaging 92, 91 here.
24.
I think we've got to give Adam some credit though, because he's the one that was, you know, he's averaging something in around 96 until the previous visit.
60.
And he's had twice as many shots at a double as Cam has, even though we're only 2.5 legs deep.
Yeah, and he just had a visit of 24, and normally you'd expect Cam to ultimately punish it, but he comes up dry, scattering them all around the red bit. That's in though. So's that.
140.
He's going to have to go deep into his pockets over the next 2.5 games that he plays, and sometimes you've got to be a bit more
80.
ruthless as well. And if you consider who he beat in his first challenge to a victory in the PDC earlier this year, you know for a fact that he can throw sympathy out the window because he beat his best pal in that final.
57.
Well, that's a bad start for Adam. Gonna have to be creative from here to get to a finish.
Gonna have to go back up.
40.
Well, he leaves
And he
160, but advantage
44.
Crabtree.
Have another one of those for double 12.
Game shot.
Maybe that's what will get him going.
Cam Crabtree.
What a wonderful finish that is. But his celebration tells you everything you need to know.
Well, he's saying to himself, where has that been? What's been going on? Well, it's because you got flat floats.
140.
Just listen to your Uncle Chris.
In fact, I'm going to go in there in a minute and just straighten them up for him.
I know what you're going to do.
60.
You're going to pinch your fingers.
Yep.
Just on that top bit of the flight and just get them out a little bit.
Squarer.
81.
These are a small standard flight, aren't they, as opposed to the ones that Adam is using here, which are called big wings.
Yeah, James Wade uses a slightly smaller than
140.
standard flight.
There's that lie you can see, which is used perfectly there.
Oh, perfect timing. A great
180.
great shot. You can see from our other camera angle, they look fairly conventional, like Adam Moulds, but as you can
60.
see from that angle, they
And we
are
require 100.
well below horizontal. Very much a stacking dart.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
144 followed by a
Cam
ton.
Crabtree.
Average of 103.07. 2-2 in the blink of an eye. That was an 11
If
darter.
they get Adam to throw first. Game
Still shaking his head because he knows what he's having to find to get back into this table reckoning. But we said that
60.
144 checkout could spark something. There's one word that's gone through my mind after that previous leg. Click.
Yeah. And that can happen.
58.
Just 26 darts to level things up. 15 and 11.
But based on the way that Cam has gone today, he'll probably stick in another
60.
11 darter here, then lose the last 2 legs. He'll have an average of about 105, about 20 more than Adam.
But
maybe that won't happen.
180.
He's now got the 4th 180 of the match right there.
Yeah, he's really gone through the gears
57.
after taking out that wonderful 144 finish.
I think as far as gears are concerned, Cam's have
59.
been ground down over the last couple of matches. Maybe he's just shifting into a gear that maybe people can't live with. Or can they?
140.
It's quite a rangy throw, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly is.
58.
Well, in engine terms, a high-performance engine has a high-lift camshaft. Maybe he's just installed one of those.
140. Can we record 146?
Although, credit to Mould. Oh, wow. For a
Game
third
shot on the fifth
consecutive
leg.
ton plus finish.
Cam
144
Crabtree.
ton, 146 out. Just when it looked like Mould was going to get back in the match.
Save like it's Cam to throw first.
It's Cam
Game
Crabtree
on.
with another absolute showstopper.
How good is this blitz from Crabtree?
140.
This is one of the reasons why we regard him so highly, but he was in trouble. Then whack, whack, whack.
Yeah.
3 home
60.
runs just like that.
Yeah, from 2-0 down, Nico. 144 for 15, a ton out for 11, and a 146 for 15, 41 darts to win 3 legs.
140.
That's right up there with some of the best finishing
96.
in succession we've seen.
So what's he going to do from 221 then?
Although, remember Graham Usher, 4 consecutive ton-plus
46.
finishes.
Yeah, and one of those was a 141, wasn't it? For
It
a 9
was.
darter. One was a 161. I think that performance may never be replicated here. I
100.
hope it is.
Yeah. Well, it won't be here. Not unless he... Oh,
60.
All part of the plan. He's going to hit the 115 anyway.
yeah. He didn't want to hit trouble, so he will get 4 ton-plus spins. This is going in the 115, isn't it?
Yeah, let's just end the game right here. played, Adam.
100. Can we record 115?
Ooh,
75.
so close to 4 in a row.
145.
I was already writing it down.
Or... Well, that would have thrown the cat amongst the pigeons, wouldn't it?
85.
I was writing
And we
115 for
required
15.
40.
Double 10. He does get a win.
Game shot and the match.
And a major
Cam
kick
Crabtree.
from Cam Crabtree just shows Adam Mould what Cam can do. Shazam, all right. That really was an incredible performance from 2-0 down. Adam Mould has got nothing to complain about there because he didn't get a dart or a double in the final 4 legs. But that's what you got from Crabtree. It's a 90-plus average this time with a win. So he's on the board finally, like everybody else is in this group. Connor Hopkins will take on Tommy Morris in game number 9, which will bring round 3 to a close.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Well, welcome back. I hope you've got your breath back, because that was tremendous from Cam Crabtree. Bit of a symmetry going on in our last 3 matches, Nico. 40% seems to be the line in terms of finishing. The last 3 winners have all got 4 doubles from 10 visits. 40% on the doubles. We now have 2 players on 4 points, which is Tommy Morris and Rennie Edams.
Tommy to
Then we've
throw
got 4
first.
on 2.
Game on.
So no real group separation as yet, but we may get some. Tommy Morris continues with
45.
this unbeaten run today.
And there is an argument to say that he should have been beaten in his first game today, but he's shown great resolve in his
45.
first couple of matches. Sometimes it's really good to see a group like this where everything is bunched up, albeit
100.
at the start.
Well, we had no certainty who was going to win the group. We had our fancies for a reason based on
44.
Current form, based on stats here, based on stats elsewhere. But what we
100.
didn't possibly anticipate was certainly Cam Crabtree, currently in 5th position, or Rennie Edams in position 2.
135.
There is only one unbeaten player, and it is this man.
140. 55. Tommy Brook, 116.
He started this game very steadily. Can he end it with a bang? Or with a pop?
76.
Now you got hot shot against the gun. Who wins? Sometimes you get nicknames against each other, and they've got a great deal of symmetry about those.
85. Tommy Brook, 40.
Well, only another gun beats
Game
a
shot on
gun.
the first leg.
There's
Tommy
Tommy.
Morris.
In 16, goes one up. We got any birthdays today, Nico, or are we going to do a
Second
little
against
bit
Connor
of
to throw first.
on this darting day?
Not a great deal of darting birthdays today, but I'll cherry pick one of them.
100.
Someone that some people will have heard of. Young Josh Birksfield. I do believe
100.
his dad was a good player as well, Willie Birksfield.
Correct.
Played for Northants and Middlesex, I believe.
Middlesex, correct. I played pairs with
139.
Willie Birksfield. for
Very
a
tall
time.
lad, isn't he?
Yeah.
60.
Yeah, people like him just need a bit of a mention because they've been playing county darts for about 30, 40 years.
Yeah.
78.
Stalwart of the game.
Yeah, Northants County actually had some sad news recently, didn't they, with the passing of Sarah Rose,
100.
which was very, very disappointing to hear. Sarah been around a very long time, and everybody here from the Super Series would like to send their sympathies to Sarah's family
95.
and everybody at Northants Darts.
Well said, Nico.
100. Connor require 89.
Good response here from Connor. Possible 14 darter. 20 and ball for a level game.
53.
Not a bad leave.
Amazing
I
how
mean,
many
require
times start players
141.
just try and put the go start in after you've missed.
105.
It's almost as if you know you're going to get
Only
another shot at it,
required
but he's not.
36.
He's going to get a shot at double 18 instead. Don't pull it left this time. But he has.
27.
Chance for Tommy to double the lead.
Tommy required 36.
Nothing worse than you missing double 18 and someone coming up and popping it himself.
Ooh,
No score.
did exactly the same.
Connie require 9.
I'd say that's a misfire from the gun. Double 4.
Game shot on the
That one
second
works
leg.
out a little bit better as
Connor
Connor Hopkins
Hopkins.
draws level on a day where he looks a little bit more likely than any other.
But against
With
Tommy to
maybe
throw
the
first.
exception of his debut match where we all thought when he won his first game on Monday morning, okay,
140.
maybe he'll fit in here like a round peg in the ground. But then after that, it got a lot harder.
On the opening 2 days
60.
here in Group A, he won both of his opening matches and then couldn't find another on each of those
100.
Monday and Tuesday. It's tough going for him. This is what we like about Tommy Morris. Doesn't dwell. Oh, that's
120.
desperately unlucky.
Do you know
85.
if I could change one thing about my career? I wish I had the memory of Dory the fish. So you could just play it and not remember anything.
45.
Not just darts, but there's many sports people we can think about that have been unable to
45.
discard the mental torment and luggage that they carried over the years. Plenty of golfers like that, of course. Tennis players, snooker players. It always tends to be the
131.
The ones that are quite flamboyant. Oh, double 16 for a beauty.
115.
He's definitely not dwelling on that previous leg, that's for sure. He's in the infancy of his career, just taking the jump from county darts to
16.
playing the odd tournament, Super Series as well. I think 2024 for Tommy Morris is going to be a fairly good year.
Yeah, he said he's going to be quite happy next year if he can just play here, play on the Challenge Tour, play some WDF, play some ADC. Oh, trouble 19. Well, he went for the 45 for 36.
43.
Well, those darts remind me of the end of the game he had with Cam Crabtree. But he ended up getting over the line there.
Yeah, got very sticky.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well, it is
Tommy
Tommy
Morris
with a third consecutive hold. Leads 2-1.
Do you know that's what they used to call soldiers in the First World War? They used to call them Tommies. The only reason I know that is because of Blackadder Goes Forth. They used to call them noble Tommies.
100.
That was the name for a First World War infantry person at the front line.
100.
Oh, we were talking about the great Tommy O'Regan a couple of days ago. Hey, you think of all the great dart players that have not really got their just desserts out of the game. Going back probably as far as Mike Gregory, I suppose.
60.
Although he won many, many tournaments. You're always, I suppose, judged on how many world titles you win or not.
I think the greatest example of that is Les Wallace, because he won 2 tournaments in his whole career.
Yeah, 2 of the biggest ones.
Yeah, he won the World Masters and the World Championship. That was it. That's on his resume, just those 2 at that kind of level.
And didn't he hold them in the same, not necessarily the same calendar year, but at the same time?
Yeah.
41.
And that was it. That's all they ever tried to win, was those 2, really.
That was it. At the middle point of 1997, Les Wallace just said, I've completed darts.
100.
That's it, done.
$140.
There's a lot more to complete these days. That's for sure, with how many tournaments there are.
Well, depending who you listen to, there's about 10 majors.
There aren't.
44.
But
Tommy require 160.
I'm going to stay off the soapbox this time because I'm pretty argumentative when it comes to that shot. This is tops for Tommy. That's got a nice ring to it. Should I say rock on?
Oh.
120.
And he's been so close to some stunning outs. Yet his high finish remains at 40.
86. Tommy require 40.
Is he at this early stage saying, I'm the man to beat?
Well, if he's going to make it 3 from 3, and he's got another couple of gears left.
Easily.
Game
He's
shot
found
the
that
fourth
shot.
leg.
Didn't
Tommy
give us the
Morris.
old gun celebration. He gave us a bit of a fist pump and a bicep flex. He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who's got weak
If they get
arms.
Tommy to throw
He's actually got
first.
a bit of a tennis player's arm going
Game
on there,
on.
hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he's a tree surgeon, isn't he?
Don't mess with him then. He's probably got chainsaws.
100.
Yeah. Lumps trees around.
Same
83.
as Justin Pipe, right? He was a tree surgeon as well, wasn't he?
Yep. And now, still does it. He also's got a
100.
company that supplies people with their for their open fires and that.
No, the timber.
45.
and
Yeah. Logs.
kindling and things like that, yeah.
Yeah, all the logs.
It's not a bad time to ask this
87.
question. Do you think Justin will ever play again? Or do you think he's just done with it?
Not as long as a certain person's probably involved in the sport from a broadcasting sense.
37.
That really did that was the end for him. I think you can
44.
have your say on many things, but when you call a player a cheat, I think that's a step too far.
$100. Tommy record
Steady from Connor, but Tommy is in firm charge of this game, and he's always been in
100.
charge. Hopkins seems to have reverted to what he was doing in Group A in this game. No 140s, no 180s. And I said in his previous match,
96.
was he more
Tommy
comfortable
requires
playing
70.
someone that he knew very well? I don't think he knows Tommy Morris.
No.
And he won't want to, because Tommy's on the verge of doing him to one leg.
Game
That's
shot
what he
and the
does.
match.
A real
Tommy
zip about him
Morris.
in that game. Authoritative, you would say, with an 84 average. But 4 shots from 14 attempts. Well, it's the 14 attempts that gets my attention, because he's creating more chances than most people in this group. And that's why he's still undefeated after 3 rounds completed. But that one goes the way of him by 4 legs to 1.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the gun is firing on all cylinders. Tommy Morris making it a hat-trick of victories for the break, getting the better of Connor Hopkins by 4 legs to 1. Elsewhere in that round, Cam Crabtree, 3-ton-plus finishes en route to a 4-2 victory against Adam Mould. As for Rene Idams, he got the better of Victor Tingstrom in a last league decided by 4 legs to 3. Right, those are the results of our third round. Let's see how the table occupies itself following it. And as you can see, Tommy Morris is at the summit, 6 points to his name, winning Idams on 4, but the rest of the field tightly conjoined on 2 points respectively. It's the players in 3rd and 4th in that league table that go toe-to-toe in our 10th game of the afternoon session. It's a battle between England and Sweden, a fixture made famous in 2006 by a fantastic strike by Joe Cole, notching one into the top corner, and Adam Moles on the receiving end of a few in the top corner against Cam Crabtree in his previous match. Can he get on the other end of the scoreline this time? Let's find out. Paul and Chris.
Well, many thanks, Steve Jobs. That's a great roll neck, by the way. Love it.
I was going to call him Gary Lineker. It was...
He does a great job, our Henry. And it's great to have him back.
First leg, it's Victor to throw first. Game on.
If you're curious, we all always just have a little bit of banter like that in the back room. But this is not about banter. This is about points. We have got a table here where 4 players are on 2 points. We've got Idams on 4 and Morris on 6. So after 3 rounds of play, we
60.
have a definitive look as to who could be gracing the top of the table towards the end of the day. Wow, look at that. That came out wrong and it went in. You too can throw a flatty, Victor.
Well, you can see the normal angle of entry, and oh, that's quite bizarre, isn't it?
That is one of
It's
the
a
weirdest.
misthrow.
That's one of the weirdest starts I've seen
125.
in the 3.5 years we've been doing this.
Well, certainly one that still found the target. We've seen a few go out the board, haven't we? And where they've just totally slipped out of the hand.
55.
That might make the old weird and wonderful
Yes.
clip that we do.
Taylor will be cutting that one up
140.
as we speak.
What is important here for Tingstrom is to get back
39.
on the winning train and playing a bit more like he did in round 1. When he was beating Cam Crabtree in game 3,
60. Victor Racon 167.
he was genuinely awesome. And then when Mould played Crabtree, it was Cam that found that extra level.
55. Adam Racon 116.
419s for tops.
Do you go that way, Nico?
50. Victor Racon
No, because
112.
I really like double 18. And I always think that I'm going to get a shot at it.
Same.
100.
There were
Adam
times I
Racon
went for the
66.
19s when I wasn't having a tiff with tops.
24. Double 6 for the break. Ooh.
54. Victor Racon 12.
Things have changed. Since Adam won his first game today, things have started to slip. Ever since he lost to Rennie Idams in game 4.
6.
Well, it was a blistering start
Adam
from
Racon 12.
Victor, wasn't it, to the day? And he's thus far
Game shot on the
not been
first
able
leg.
to
Adam Mould.
back that up with averages of 81, 85,
Second leg, it's Adam to throw
85,
first.
21. That range is 15. The range for Tommy, who's on the top of the table, has been nowhere near as impressive as some of the performance in the field. He's had averages of 80.57, 82, 82, and 84.17. The range is 4.
60.
What would you classify as a range that we would say is acceptable to categorize someone as consistent?
120.
10 if it's between 85, 95, and then as you go up in levels, 95 and 105. You look at what you'd call the
125.
elite end of the spectrum. It's anything between 95 and 105, really.
Yeah, I'd have to agree.
They very rarely dip below that
55.
95, depending on the format, of course.
Well, the only person here today who was scared 105 was Cam Crabtree
56.
in game number 8 against Adam. Victor was high for a while around that 100 mark.
Well, in that particular
98.
match that you're speaking of, with Cam Crabtree, if you take it from leg 3 onwards, where he found himself 2-0 down, it was over 103.
58.
You've got to be able to do that, in my opinion, if you're going to win a
170.
week. And
You've got to have that ability to string those legs together
yeah,
at
and we
that
saw
level.
that from Białowicki last week.
Yeah,
And particularly we saw it at the end of the week.
yeah, exactly. But where it matters, what you do on a Monday is fairly irrelevant. As we've seen
96.
so
Adam
many
Racon
times where people
70.
have dominated Group A, but not gone on to win the week.
30.
That's something in the
Victor
way,
Racon
and Victor could
106.
put something else in his way. Well, that means the shot is off. And that's one of the reasons why people
46.
don't like
Adam
going
Racon 40.
19s first on that shot.
No, I'd never even think of it.
Double 10.
30.
I honestly don't see the
Victor
benefit.
Racon 60.
We'll talk about that in the next leg, because I know there are a lot of people watching this who would like our insight into why would you go that route and why wouldn't you? Double top for Victor.
40.
Plenty in his way there.
Adam
And
Racon
Mould
10.
is getting fortunate. Looking at 2-0. And
Game's
making
on the
it
second
2-0
leg.
with double 6 and
Adam
5
Mould.
in concurrent legs.
Yeah, 101, I think, is a perfect example of where you have
Delegates Victor
two
to throw
ways of going.
first. Game on.
So if my opponent is on 160 or higher, I'll go for treble 19. Because
59.
the single 19 leaves me 82. I'll go bull. If I don't hit it in 25, I'll go 17. I know I'm coming back. 9 times out of 10 with 3 darts at hand at tops.
140.
Yeah, if my opponent is on a finish, I'll go for treble 20 because I think I'm more likely, because predominantly the
41.
target is treble 20. I'm more likely to hit a treble 20. And if I stray either side, 1 or 5, I'm still staying on that treble 20.
With 106, what we saw from
100.
Victor was going down to the 19s. Now, if he strays to the left into the 7, you know he's leaving 99. You can't finish that in 2 dots.
180.
But if he's straight to the left going for 20s and hit a 5, you can.
Yeah. Well, even if you stray to the right, you're flummoxed
125.
with a 3.
It's
Where 106 for me, treble 20, single. Listen, you shouldn't be straying out the treble
44.
straying out the 20 line, really.
136.
But the adjustment for me from 20 to 54 is so much easier because it's just effectively a smaller adjustment.
60.
Adam really isn't pleased with that troubleless visit. He's not the kind of person who hides his emotions.
60.
But Victor's been
And the
hiding
required
his a lot better
76.
today. It's going to be double top once again. Would it be cleaner this time?
56.
Nope. 11 darts at double. He's hit 2.
117.
Yes, the 2 is very positive. 117, he's not going to go 19s first. Going to go 19 second.
Well, we have seen the dart at 19 first, haven't we, on 117?
Yeah, that I don't get. It was Rennie Idams, wasn't it?
57. And we require 20.
Has to create a little angle for himself here. That is a nightmare dart.
10.
Flight was in the way.
Victor
Yeah,
requires
that was
60.
horrible from start to finish for Mouldy.
This is the same as the previous leg. He's got 20 for tops. Moulds on double 5. Deja vu.
40.
Does Mould hit 5s again?
And we require 10.
Nope. Is it double 2? It is
Game's
double
on the
2 and
third
3-0.
leg. Adam
This is a
Mould.
game that has gotten away from Victor. It could easily be the other way around.
Yeah,
Like
it's not
Adam
pretty,
to throw
this
first.
one.
Game on.
Couple of birthdays. Pal of mine, Andy Kells, who was an ex-pro footballer. And Matt Deller, Keith Deller's boy's
140.
birthday. Happy
Oh, really?
birthday, Matt. Hope you're enjoying Vegas. He lives in Vegas now. That's not bad, is it?
There are worse places to live, I'm sure.
180.
He's been there for a while, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he has.
Used to be called Las Vegas.
140.
From people who lived in Old and New Mexico. I got that from Young Guns too. Christian Slater playing Dave Rudabaugh at Las Vegas.
60.
Mould has got everything going for him in this game. In fact, he's been so
79.
fortunate, he may have a rabbit's foot in his right-hand pocket. He will hate his statistics, but he will love the scoreline.
97. And we record 142.
And we definitely don't put averages on trophies here.
90. Victor
I'll give you full
record
credit for winning
164.
4-0, though, and we haven't had one today. He is going to get a look at 52 for a nil scoreline against a player that we
128.
thought
We
was
record
really
52.
going to turn it on here on Thursday after game 1. It hasn't happened.
32.
But he gets a reprieve.
Victor required 36.
Yeah, an opportunity to avoid the bagel. Double 9.
27. Enemy
I
required
think that's the
20.
most emotion he's shown today. It's almost tipped over. Another miss at double 5.
No score.
He busts the
Victor
score,
required 9.
and he feels like a bust balloon. Two 4s. He's had double digits at doubles in this game without hitting one.
Game shot
Now
the
he's hit
fourth
one.
leg.
And it does give him a
Victor
little
Tingstra.
smile, a somewhat ironic one.
Well, between them, in 4 legs, they've had 32 darts at a double.
If it gets Victor
That's
to throw
2
first,
legs.
Game on.
If you were averaging 94.
We have seen games won from this position this week.
140.
So just be careful, Adam. You might want to stick yourself in a 15 darter at some point, which, judging by the game, will be good enough.
100.
Well, Nico, well, we've got a bit of time. Next week's lineup was
58.
announced a little earlier. Group A, Steve Brown, Lee Cox, Reese Robinson, David Schlichting,
60.
Jarno Bottenberg, and Tom Lonsdale in Group A.
It's probably
a mouthful.
It's probably a good thing that I'm not here next week, because for Jarno Bottenberg, I'd be making
133.
cake jokes all week.
Battenberg. Well, we've had the cube, and that's lots of little squares.
And you would have made loads of
60.
boxing jokes with
Well,
Tom
I
Lonsdale.
would have, yeah.
170.
Absolutely. And then Group B, David Davis, Kevin Edwards, Matthew Dennant. Group C, James Richardson's back,
41.
Andy Hamilton, and Scott Taylor.
Yeah, I like the look of Group C. That looks terrific.
Another tough Group C like this one.
Oh, yeah. James Richardson, who's been rained off the building
100.
site the last couple of days.
Victor
And
required 129.
Andy Hamilton. with Scott Taylor, a previous weekly winner here. Another violent bounce out here from
39.
Victor Tingstrom.
Wrecking the boards.
He's chipped the bottom of that treble 20 wire.
140. Victor required
And
90.
how damaging will the... Oh, wow.
I don't think Adam's ever seen a bounce out that violent.
No,
we have, Adam. We have.
Yeah, it went into his foot.
23.
Well, I can't remember the last time someone got 2 bounce outs in 2 visits.
Not genuine ones.
Double 16. Can Adam make him pay for them?
25.
And again, no is the
Victor
answer.
requires 67.
He's had 19 missed darts at doubles in this match, Adam Mould.
Double 16.
51.
He should
Adam
put an end to
requires
this
16.
now before it gets even stickier. It's not going to get stickier from there.
Adam Mould.
Victor's got some stuff to think about because that's only 2 points from his first 3 games. And Adam Mould has got himself to 4. He's up to second provisionally in the table after 10 matches. That's what you saw. We saw it. Let's move on. Next game is Connor Hopkins and Reddy Adams.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Game number 11, and it's another game where we see a fourth head-to-head between two players for this week. The last time we saw that, it was Rene Idams against Victor Tingstrom, and Rene took that one by 4 legs to 3, and he showed a bit of gumption at the end. He might need that just to carry over to this game. He has had the measure
Connor to throw
of
first.
Connor most
Game
of this
on.
week. But if he can find another win here, Mace, he'll be on 6 points with Tommy Morris.
Yeah, and it bucked the trend in that Rene versus Victor match
58.
because Victor had won all their previous 3 meetings and lost that one 4-3. Well, very similar here between Connor and Rene. Rene's won it 4-1 Monday, 4-2 Tuesday, 4-2 Wednesday. In spells
81.
today, I've liked the look of Rene. That's to be said as well. You can say similar for Connor in spells, but it's all about
60.
condensing it into one performance for either player.
Yeah, I think we've looked at...
But if I told you the price,
121.
you would agree straight away. Despite the previous scorelines, they go 5-6 each of 2. That's what I thought.
100.
The look on your face.
Yeah, it's like
Comcam needed.
someone's just given me a cinnamon bagel knowing that they're probably the worst things ever created.
180.
180s were created, and we love them all.
140.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how
161.
many times you watch them or how many times you hit them, they're still special.
Yep, they still feel good. Still bring a smile to your face.
29.
As do 62
And it
checkouts.
requires 62.
Double 16 for Idams.
30.
Same result as
Connie
Connor.
requires 32.
Nothing wrong with the approach to the double. Both had 14 darts before they went to the outer ring.
Game shot on the first
Yeah,
leg.
I
Connor
literally
Hopkins.
Sunday morning, I'd been to the gym, did the lines at the pub, and I thought, I'll stick the phone on and I'll have
Second
a,
against
I'll have a
Rene
throw
to
for
throw
5 minutes, see if I
first.
can replicate some big shots that I'd seen at the Grand Prix. And after a couple of minutes, typical
85.
my ability or lack of attention span, I thought I'm just going to film myself hitting 3 balls. And I hit it, and I was still, you know,
45.
I've obviously hit 3 balls hundreds of times, but it still brings a smile to your face. That is on my Facebook, by the way.
120.
I've always said that the best thing about a dartboard is that it doesn't talk back. Because if you need something to just take things in for you, if you're feeling a bit
96.
down or frustrated, dartboards don't talk back. But then again,
They do
today,
for Victor.
today they're talking back to Victor Tingstrom. They're actually
96.
Spitting in his face.
Yeah, it's almost as if his name is telling us something. And it's tinging off the wires.
85.
I've been impressed with the intensity of Adams today.
Yeah.
But I hasten to say, if he harbours any ambition of making it
57.
through this group, he must beat people like Connor.
Yeah, a player who's
51.
it was a
And
slip.
143.
Adams could make him pay for it.
127.
Thrown very well.
Right
No
on.
wobble when they hit the board there.
No, they were right on the money.
It's very early in the week
27.
that
And it
Rene got a
requires
160 finish. He's not bettered it since then. Can he see double 8?
No score.
No, but he will be back. But I said at the time, when he hit that 160 finish, it was very unlikely he was going to better it. Having said that, had he hit that 143, I think that is a better shot than a 160.
26.
I think it's a lot harder.
And it requires 16.
Agreed.
Game shot
That's
the
a good
second
shot.
leg. Rene
We have a
Idams.
level game, and the Cube's hopes of 6 points are very much alive. I just wonder as well.
Feel like
I'm
it's
looking
Connor
at
to throw
Connor there,
first. Game
biting on a nail. And this is the kind of detail that I like to go into when people are preparing to play either here or somewhere else. Dart
96.
players, whether you are male or female or identify otherwise, you've got to look after your nails. You've got to look after your hands.
97.
And if you've got that one raggedy nail that gets in the way of the point or the dart, it could mean that you don't deliver the dart the right way. I've even seen in the past
84.
other players at darts venues say, have you got a nail file by any chance? Mervyn King has asked me for one, and I thought, what does that say about me? And I actually had one.
I'm the same.
134.
Especially on my right hand, middle finger to the left-hand side of the nail. I always make sure that
58.
that is very blunt. There's nothing there, because that would actually hit up against the groove of my dart.
Yep.
45.
See, that would be a good song for all of our fans coming here on Saturday night. Groovers in the Dart.
96.
I like it.
Great song.
Someone needs to rewrite the lyrics.
By a band called D-Light, of course.
140.
Great song from the early 90s.
Yeah, that is a tune. Great era for music.
127.
That is sensational from Connor Hopkins. Great counting.
75.
Could have lost the leg, though.
Yeah, another
Only
one of those
required
flyers
40.
from Rennie Edams.
I've seen enough this week from this young man. And I'm going to be looking out for
30.
his progress over the next couple of years.
And they require 10.
If he's anywhere near where Cam Crabtree is right now, then that is a good 2 years' work. But that one was a bit shouldery. It is in,
Renee
though.
Adams.
Well, you know you've made it, Nico, when a restaurant, albeit a pizzeria,
Like it's Renee to throw first.
has very much a sporting theme, top of the town in Northern Ireland, not sure what part. But there's a Legends Pizza,
100.
the Jackal, obviously, Boxer, Burnett, the Pistol, Red Hot Rear, they're snooker players.
81.
And there's one called the Real McCoy, obviously got to be the jockey, and McElroy, presume the golfer, and Rocky.
140.
Josh Rock. It's true story, this.
He's got his own pizza slice.
Yeah, it's a flatbread, a 12-inch flatbread to share.
81.
It's got obviously the normal base, slicey meatballs, mozzarella, parmesan, and rocket.
97.
Well, blow me down.
Nice one, Josh. I take it for mentioning it. I'll have some in the.
164.
Again, one delivered a bit of a. It'd be probably cold coming from Northern Ireland.
Yeah, I think Renee is going to have to
58.
work very hard this week to get his own currywurst named after him, or his own schnitzel. But then again, schnitzel from Austria, aren't they? They originated in.
So the names it's the food's named after is Carl
106.
Frampton, Mark Allen, Jonathan Rea, Josh Rock, Jordan Brown, Jacob Stockdale, Rory McIlroy, Ryan Burnett,
50.
and Tony McCoy.
So they named a pizza slice after Josh Rock, and not after Brendan Dolan or Darryl Gurney or Mickey Mansell.
81.
Correct.
Just goes to show what they think of Josh then. Seen this before this week.
Game shot.
And there it is.
Play.
Double
Renee
by
Adams.
accident, but a 3-1 lead for Rennie. He doesn't want to take them back.
Feels like it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
Now, one of the things that we talked about in regards to Connor earlier this week was that his nickname is Hotshot.
41.
But we think it could be better. It could be the executioner, just like a certain boxing Hopkins.
174.
He could call himself the silencer as well, but Probably shouldn't do that because Jeff Smith's already got it, because
85.
something to do with Anthony.
Hello.
Hannibal would be good.
140.
He's a bit young for Chianti. Might like fava beans, though.
98.
Some like this from Rennie Edams. 174, followed by 140.
43.
Well, at the minute, 144 after 9 looks very promising.
140.
But how did he fit that in?
144.
I spent so much time in this game and
94.
this week on the treble 20, but decides to
137.
switch to the 18s on that shot when he's having one of his best scoring legs. Slightly puzzling.
57.
But he has got 50 for the
And he
match.
required 50.
18 for double 16 to get it done in 14,
Game
and he gets it
shot
done
on
in
the
14,
match.
and a big win for
Renee
him.
Idam.
4 legs to 1, and he joins Tommy Morris on 6 points. Tommy, of course, with a game in hand. Here are the numbers: 89-39 for Rennie. Very tidy indeed. 5 on 40s, 4 from 11 on the doubles, and the player he joins on 6 points, Tommy Morris, he's in action in the next one in what could be a very, very tidy game against Cam Crabtree.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
There he is. Tommy the Gun Morris will now take on Cam Crabtree to end our 4th round of matches. Things have been fairly swift in the last 3 games, in fact. Every game has gone 4-1. Will this be the same? Because there are a lot of people out there and in here who think that these two were the favourites to get the 2 spots in Group C over the next couple of days. It could still be the case.
First leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
And more so now because of what Crabtree did in his previous game, in Game 8, where he finally found something of profit. Beating Adam Mould by 4 legs to 2.
139.
He'll probably be feeling a lot better now than he did about 2 hours ago, Mace.
Yeah,
60.
definitely.
Is Tommy wearing those fancy shoes that
He
Mr.
is.
Littler had on
58.
last week?
He is. They're very popular at the moment, aren't they? There you go.
Even I can't afford those.
Yeah.
But I'm not playing on that stage for £5,000 this week.
26.
I know that Tommy Morris, obviously Tommy Gunn because of Rocky, but would you prefer the Duke, which Tommy Morrison's
97.
boxing nickname was? They are nice.
They're not as good as your
81.
high tops that you bought the last
No.
time I saw you.
No, well, we had a bit of a spell in here, didn't we? I ended up looking for a pair of trainers, and I don't know what happened, but 3 pairs got delivered.
127.
Did you just press quantity twice?
Oh no, they're three. I can't use that excuse. They're three different ones.
140.
Actually,
Can we require 80?
when we moved into the pub, 27 boxes of trainers.
40.
Some I don't even remember buying. Some I've never seen before.
Oh,
They're a nice surprise though. Nothing like a box fresh.
140. Can we require 40?
we'll talk about dart shoes in the next leg, shall we?
Game
There's
shot
no
the
definitive
Thursday.
brand in
Cam Crabtree.
darts for dart shoes, really. But we have Cam Crabtree starting with a 16 darter, which is,
Second against Tommy to
again,
throw
very
first.
encouraging. But
Well, we weren't allowed to wear trainers back in the day, were we?
No.
There had to be shoes.
100.
And then I can remember finding a pair of trainers, but they had some white on them, and that was the only
96.
distinguishing thing you could see that they were actually a trainer and not a shoe. And I coloured them in with
60.
a permanent marker, and I got away with that for a while until Tommy Cox spotted them and went, "Are those trainers?"
92.
No, Tommy, no. Take them off. Let me see them. But fortunately, over the years, the rules have
45.
been relaxed. It was always, you had to wear black trousers. There was no grey trousers or any other colours until
96.
Peter Wright, of course.
yeah, weird he started wearing grey trousers as well, and that opened up a bit of a grey area, no pun intended.
Yeah, well, he was a very high-ranked player, and I'm sure
100.
his idea, well, I feel comfortable in them, I'm wearing them. But things are far more relaxed nowadays, fortunately.
100.
Got to move with the times.
Well, it was always amazing. I couldn't stand not wearing obvious trainers.
180.
But
Can we require
for players that were
117?
sometimes, when we were on our feet for sometimes 10 or so hours, they're not comfortable shoes to be
97.
any shoe. Even,
So
you know,
requires
I
16.
certainly didn't buy cheap shoes, but even then you'd feel it on your feet.
There's a boxing term, isn't it? Out on your feet. And Tommy could be out on his feet if he misses this double 8.
Game shot in the second.
Goes in
leg.
sideways, that one.
Tommy Morris.
Just a little insight into how his darts behave in the last third. Well, this one's tied. Not really surprised by
Well,
that,
against Cam to
because
throw
I thought this
first.
game would
Game
be close.
Yeah, the odds compilers made Crabtree a 4-7 favourite. Tommy 5-4.
137.
Cam, of course,
41.
with the advantage of having the darts. That will be reversed tomorrow, as will the tie in terms of time it's on.
125.
But this is the final game of the fourth cycle of matches. So at the
70.
conclusion of this one, all the players with one more to play.
I'm just doing some
58.
sums to try and find out how much Cam Crabtree has earned on the Pro Tour, the Challenge Tour,
60.
and the Development Tour this year. Just to give you some sort of insight into what you could potentially do if you had his schedule this year.
85.
It's just a shade over £25,000 in prize money this year in those PDC events alone. Now,
42.
he's
And
got
require
goals
96.
over the next few weeks, but there's another one on the line in November. Double top?
Game
That's
shot
more
in
like
the
it.
third leg.
A double finish,
Cam
and he's got his
Crabtree.
tail up now.
So if he wins this week,
Well, if it's Tommy
and
to
wins-
throw first.
Champions Week, he'll double his money.
Correct. Now, we talked about how we could make Alexandra Palace.
180.
It's Tommy Morris who's getting the 180s in this game. He's got 2. Is Crabtree following him?
120.
But on top of trying to get to Alexandra Palace this month via the Challenge Tour, and he will if he finishes in the top
60.
3 with Christian Kist in the top 32 qualifiers on the Pro Tour, which looks pretty solid. But there's another thing as well. If he gets enough invites to
139.
Players' Championships next week and in November, he could make Minehead for the Players'
Players'
Championship
Championship
finals.
Yeah.
He's currently sitting in 78th position, and it's 64 players, but he's less than £3,000 behind.
And that, with the prize money on offer in that Pro Tour, that's achievable.
Yes, it is. One good run can get you in the mix. Another good run can get you safe. Double 16. How good is this?
On the 4 flag.
Another 11 darter. We have had one 11 darter in Group A. We've had 2 from
5th flag, it's Cam
Crabtree today. Well, Tommy is being outgunned.
Now, all of a sudden, this is the kind of stuff that we saw from him on debut. This is explosive stuff.
Yeah, 106 the average currently.
100.
And our biggest average of the week, 100.2 from Jim Long. That was day 1 in Group A. That is severely under threat right now.
140.
Tommy's been top of the table on points all day. He was a little bit further down on leg difference after round 1. But, well, if since game 5, he's been at the top of the tree.
85.
If Adam beats Tommy
Can we record 170?
and Crabtree beats Edams, we'll have 4 players on 6 points.
That situation
134.
will give us carnage, which we love a bit of carnage in Group C. But this average is still very high. And there's only one double separating Crabtree from a second win of the day against someone who's hit 3 180s against him. No problem whatsoever. A 14 darter to follow the 11. And that average of exactly 105 with 4 hits from 7 on the doubles gives you the best performance of the week. And I suppose there's only one way to finish off that one as he leaves the stage with a fist pump. It's 4-1 to Cam Crabtree. Shazam!
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Well, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And I wonder what Cam Crabtree did in the break between games 2 and 3 for him, because he really has lit up the blue touch paper since 3 o'clock, getting the better of Tommy Morris before the break by 4 legs to 1 of 105 average. This is what else we've seen in the 3rd round of fixtures. Well, I, for one, quite actually enjoyed that round of matches because Rene Idens got the better of Connor Hopkins and Adam Mole got the better of Victor Tingstrom by that exact score. So let's have a look and see what the table does then after 4 rounds of fixtures. There we go. First mistake of the day. I've done well to get it to game 13. This is how the top looks. Rene Idens and Tommy Morris both on 6 points respectively. It's well uniform with Mould and Crabtree on 4 and Tingstrom and Hopkins down on 2. So one more game for all of our players left to go here at the Live Lounge. Porter, it kicks off with Connor Hopkins against Victor Tingstrom, and down in the commentary box is Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. And this is the last of our Group A head-to-head battles that we will get today. In the previous two, you've seen Rennie Idams beat Victor Tingstrom by 4-3, and Idams getting the better of Hopkins as well. So it's gone his way in the Group A battles. Who will get this one? And both players are in the bottom two as it stands. And if they harbour any hope of being in the top two at the end of tomorrow, 2 points here is imperative because there are people starting to stretch their legs.
First leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
Particularly a certain Cam Crabtree, who somewhat weirdly, Mace, sits at 4th in the table at the minute with stats for the day standing at
96.54. That's his running average for the day so far.
We have not seen anybody average that for 4 games this week.
25.
No, not even close.
And he's got Idams in game 15. And
50.
do you know what? Thinking about it on the fly, I think that is the perfect game for Crabtree to end this campaign because Idams currently sits top on, well, legs 1 over Tommy Morris. But I think what you've got to say is that Crabtree will feel like a very big favourite going into that because of the level he's playing at.
Yeah, and if Cam does a job on him,
44.
he could swap places if Adam Mould defeats Tommy Morris. And, well, where
60.
will Tommy's mind be after that 105 average from Crabtree in our previous game?
Well, Connor's had a poor start to this leg because he had multiple darts
47.
slip low and left.
Ironically, that's the best average Tommy Morris has had today, and it was a defeat. The only game he's lost so far.
The amount of times we've seen that over the last few weeks.
140.
It's a bit ridiculous. I just wondered for a bit, because he was fiddling with a finger in his previous match, whether he had something, maybe a little wound on a fingertip.
Well, yeah, it can happen on these boards. The actual blade
60.
or the spider is called a blade because it is very sharp. It's not sharp, of course, but every now and again you can catch a bit where his opponent,
38.
who has damaged the wires, it can put an
76.
edge on it, can't it? A little sharp.
Double top.
56.
Well, it leads to an interesting story from the 2010 Australian Open at Revesby, which was won by Dennis Priestley. It was about 5 minutes before I was playing Wayne Weaning in the first round, and I went up to the board and my hand started
64.
bleeding. And I wondered, what was that to? And I looked at the board, and there wasn't a Winmore board. It was a different brand. But after looking at the board and seeing
no score,
a nick in it, I pulled at it,
and it actually
peeled all the way around. And I said to the tournament director, please take that off the wall. That is dangerous.
Well, that happened in my match
60.
against Trina down in Yeovil in the Masters event. I nicked my finger, didn't even feel it.
On the first leg.
Started to see
Victor
little red
Tingstrom.
blotches on the board, on the 5 and on the 1, obviously. And at one point I looked at Trina and said, have you cut your finger? She said, no, no. And I looked down and there it is, dripping off my little finger.
Just goes to show that darts can be a dangerous sport. I mean, for someone like Tony David, that would mean he'd have to go to hospital.
Yeah.
Because he was a hemophiliac. Still is.
Yeah, it can. When you get someone like Victor who does it
59.
a lot of wires, as we've seen this week so far, it can put a little burr in the wire that can become sharp.
97.
I think he's going to get a new nickname. He's not going to be called the Belkin Boy. He's going to be called Shredder. Like that baddie from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
133.
That's not a bad plan. If the treble 20's not working, spend a bit more time on the 19s. Works for some people.
140.
I've had a message from Dean Moss, who has been to the annual PDC Nordic and Baltic meeting in Denmark today. He's on his way back to Sweden,
59.
watching on his mobile device. Hello to Dean. Thank you for tuning in.
Yes, afternoon, Dean. Hope you're well, pal.
100.
Not a bad visit there from Victor, who's looking to double his lead here. He's got a pretty good record against Tingstrom this week.
180.
He's got a pretty good
Back
record in
104.
180s.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Connor's statistics from today compared to the rest of the week. I expect to see improvement.
64. Connie requires 70.
His game position might improve right here. He always does this on 70.
Game shot on the
He doesn't
second leg.
always do that,
Connor
but he has done it
Hopkins.
this time. A little reaction from the young man, which I am all for.
Feel like it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
Last week we saw with Sebastian Białecki somebody winning the week having played the
96.
maximum amount of games, 29. Jim Long will play a maximum of 19. If you see
45.
Tingstrom, Hopkins or Idams in the final on Saturday night, they will go to 29, just like Sebastian.
119. $85.
How many games did you play when you won your week, miss? Was it 29?
Oh, I think,
You did AC in the win, didn't you?
yeah, I think I did.
29.
85.
Yeah, I think it was 29. I felt like 49.
And then you played again next week in the
Yeah.
Group B, didn't you?
Yep.
58.
But I sensibly did comms for 3 days to sit down and rest and watch everyone else go through the ringer. There was method in my madness.
100.
Getting some information on the enemy.
People are like, why don't you're not going to play the whole week? No, it's fine. It's fine. I'll come in on Thursday and Friday.
Almost worked as well.
85.
Did.
You were very
Only
close to making the
require
semi-finals on that
Yeah, lost
series night.
4-3 to Josh Payne and Conan Whitehead, who we both see back, of course, in Champions Week.
61.
Our very first winner of Series 1 Champions Week.
Yeah, he beat Graham Usher that night. Quite
45.
convincingly.
29
Only
and the
40.
9-dart shootout.
So technically, you've played more games
Game shot on the third
in a
leg.
week on that stage than
Connor Hopkins.
anybody.
Yeah. And I no doubt to say more legs.
Fourth leg, it's Victor to throw first.
We're going to have to look into that.
Game on.
because if you think about the 6 players who have been in a 9-dart shootout, Richie Howson has definitely not played 29 games. Tony O'Shea definitely hasn't.
57.
Ryan Finesse, Andy Hamilton, and Lee Shewan didn't. So it would either be Hamilton or Finesse to say whether they played 29.
96.
And I don't think they did.
No, because I think he came in on a Thursday.
85.
Yeah, I think Ryan came in on the Thursday, and Andy, I don't know why, but I seem to remember he played in Group B.
Yeah.
125.
Well, no doubt our statisticians will be all over that. Not sure it's a record I'm particularly proud of.
100.
It's easy. You've just still got energy in the tank if you've played more legs than anybody on that stage in a week.
Connor
80.
Hopkins here is just keeping Victor on the back foot at the moment.
We know what we're going to
84.
get from Connor. We're going to get something between maybe 75 and 85. That kind of range.
And,
We know
at least 180.
Yeah, we know that Tingstrom can go as high as 98. He's done that this week,
140.
albeit in a losing match. But this erratic nature of up and down form, if he is
59.
going to
Conor
somewhat
requires 60.
perforate the next level, like the Challenge Tour,
Yeah,
he's going to need more consistency.
well, he's going to need a better B game.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Connor
And
Hopkins.
ultimately, real elite of our sport are separated not necessarily on
Fifth leg, it's
their
Connor to throw first.
ceiling,
Game on.
but on their B game. A lot of players tend to go from their A game down to
100.
their D game.
I think the more successful players out there tend to be the people
134.
that have the better second level.
Yeah, well, it's that range you talk about, isn't it? You know, and for me, it's a range of 10.
100.
If you look at levels, 75, 85, 85, 95, 95, 105. When you think back to when Michael van
97.
Gerwen joined Wimble and he used those new darts, his average for the whole of the UK Open using those darts was 105.
85.
I think the resilience of the Swede is going to be severely tested overnight if he loses this match. Oh,
80.
and that is just typical of how things have gone for him since he beat Crabtree in game 1.
Yeah, with a 96.59 average, he has not picked up a win since then, and he's not really
100.
threatened a big average. He followed that up with 81.85, 85.21, and 71.85.
100.
And at the moment, he's
Whatever,
averaging
160.
78.84.
He hasn't got the 419s he wanted.
45. Victor required 90.
He was going for the bullseye there for 78. I know he likes double 14. Does Victor like double 15?
60.
That is seriously unfortunate.
He requires 71.
Well, should be 13s. It is 13s, double 16.
That is a lovely finish to his day. He has got himself
Hopkins.
a couple of wins, and he's on 4 points, just like he was yesterday. He's trending very slowly in the right direction. 2 points on Monday, 2 points on Tuesday, and 4 for the last couple of days. And look at his checkered percentage there. That will make him feel very good ahead of playing Victor in Game 3 tomorrow. As far as our next game here is concerned, Tommy Morris is looking to top the table by the end of the day as he takes on Adam Mould.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play, play safe at Bet365.
One more time for Tommy the Gun up against Mouldy. And the key goal for these two is to get 2 more points in the bank. It's been a bit of a scruffy day for Mouldy, but he could walk away with the same amount of points as his opponent. However, if Morris wins and goes to 8 points, he will be in the driving seat in the table for now ahead of Rennie Idams, who plays Cam Crabtree in game 15. Mould with a win
First
in
leg,
this
it's Tommy
contest,
to throw first.
no matter the
Game
distance,
on.
will jump Tommy Morris in the table. Really good, exciting times here in Group C.
Yeah, Rennie Idams,
100.
who will play our final match of the session against Cam Crabtree, is currently on 6 points plus 4, having won 15 legs.
135.
Tommy Morris,
78.
6 points plus 4, legs won 13. But Cam Crabtree, of course, with the opportunity,
57.
the same as Adam Mould, of moving on to 6 points himself.
81.
We've had a few patterns today.
Yeah.
We've had 13 games. 8 of them have been 4-1. I can't remember ever seeing that before.
Not that many, no. We've had
122.
5 4-1s on the spin.
Is this going to be the same?
99.
3 of them going with throw, 2 of them going against.
No 4-0s either. And only 1 game of 4 legs to 2. That tells you a bit of a
93.
blotchy story.
Tommy Rick 143.
What it tells me is that this group is very much up for
87.
grabs.
And Rick
For
94.
potentially, I don't want to cast Victor out at this point, but maybe the top 5.
Agreed.
54.
The thing is, Victor
Tommy
can't
Rick
do anything else, can he?
56.
He's stuck in 2 points.
Yep. His race is run for today.
And he could be in real trouble by the time he plays again.
Yeah, because his first match tomorrow will be against Connor.
36.
And we
Adam
know how good
Require,
Connor's
40.
been in his opening matches this week so far. Tops for a break.
Game shot on the
That'll
first
do.
leg. Adam Mould.
Ideal start for the man who won Series 2, Week 9.
Yeah, and Adam had a
Second
win
against
last
Adam
time
to
out
throw
4-1,
first. Game on.
where Tommy was on the end of a 4-1 drubbing by a very impressive Cam Crabtree, who averaged 105.
85.
And at spells in that game was unplayable, a little bit like he was in the 4-2 win
40.
against Adam Mould, where he trailed 2-0 before reeling off 4 fabulous legs, which included, well, nearly 4 ton plus outs. It did have 3 ton plus outs, including a turn, a 144 and a 146.
If you're going to get defeated
60.
in this format, when it's against 105 average, you think, yeah, okay. But if you lose a match, for instance, like Victor did against Adam in game 10, where Adam had a 72.38,
140.
that one doesn't sit very well.
No, when you get smashed, you just, okay, hands up,
85.
Capris. That's it, is
Adam
what it
Require,
is, and you move
96.
on. But when you're involved in a real scrappy game that you have every opportunity to win, they hurt more.
56.
Tidy, as they would say in Wales,
Yeah, tops after 12.
which means that Adam's going to hit this now in a minute.
100. And I require 40.
I'll get it now, Gav, in a minute. Maybe not. You just get it in a minute.
Probably will be about a minute from when he left it.
100.
I love the origins of things like that.
10.
Things that don't make sense, but they make sense to a lot of other people.
Game
That makes
shot on the
sense to
second
everyone.
leg. Adam Mould.
This is decent from Adam, averaging 91 in the first couple of legs here. And Tommy seems to be
Tommy
out
to
of
throw
bullets.
first. Game on.
Yeah, there's a few phrases that are
60.
reasonably funny. Whose coat is that jacket? Are you reading that paper you're sat on?
140.
Down the road, turn left, right.
100.
You know how you were saying about blood on the dartboard?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Look at the small 5.
Yeah, we've got a little bit there.
57.
Someone's left their DNA behind. It's time for CSI Portsmouth, everybody.
55.
The documentary's supposed to be Blood on the Carpet, not Blood on the Dartboard. Well, if Sophie Ellis-Bextor was going to write a song, it would be Murder on the Dartboard.
58.
I've been spending way too much time with Chris Murphy.
100.
Although his ending to the show yesterday was, I have to say it, rather poetic. Because we had a German in the group and Jim Long won it and he said, so long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, goodbye. An absolute stroke of presenting genius. I tip my hat to you, Murph.
85. Adam, we require 106.
For 3-0 against Tommy Morris, who's been, on the whole, top of the shop today.
66. Tommy require 101.
No, sir.
It's not quite there. He's only had 2 darts at double in this match.
He's
had no 180s, no 140s.
I will ask you the
Games
question,
on the
Nico.
third leg.
On reflection, if he goes on to lose this match, do you think when Tommy sits down and has his dinner a little later that he will go, do you know what? How I play today, I'll take 6 points.
Yeah, maybe.
91.
I think any Group C campaign, if you walk away with 6 points, you've definitely got a chance of getting through on Friday. 4 questionable, 2 not having it most of the time. It very much depends on what other people do. So,
and this, for me, this group doesn't have that feel that from being on 2 points,
85.
you're going to get it done tomorrow. I don't think Victor could win 5 out of 5 tomorrow.
No, I don't think so. Not from what we've seen. It's just been a bit too erratic. And this is not a Scott Walters, Moreno, Blom-style group where things can just be turned upside down.
60.
I think 12 points is going to be close to being enough tomorrow. I think 14 is going to be bang on to qualify.
180.
That's why Tommy Morris is in this position, because the 2 treble visits, the 3 treble visits haven't been there. Simple as that. And Adam Mould has been very good, better than he's been all day.
Yeah, prior to this visit, averaging 95. And finishes clinically with an 86 out, 4-0. Tommy Morris reduced to just 2 darts at a double in the whole match, and a match that only lasted around about 7.5 minutes. So he averaged 16 darts per leg there to get the job done. 64 darts used, 93, 94, couple of 180s, and very efficient in terms of doubling. When we come back, Rennie Edams takes on Cam Crabtree.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Thank you for joining us for this final game in Group C of Thursday, but do not fear. This is not your last game of the day here at the MODUS Super Series. We do have some action for you from 10 p.m. tonight in Group B, which will be fascinating to see. If you're not aware of who is coming at you later, it is Dan Reid, Jim McEwen, Kieran Tian of Ireland, Oskar Lukasiak and Dmitry Zhukov will rejoin us from Group A. Just in the same way that we've seen
First leg, it's
this
Rene
man
to
today.
throw first.
That is
Game
Rene
on.
Adams, who's had a much improved Thursday compared to his first campaign of the week. And if he wins this game, he will be top of the group
100.
at the end of the session. But he does need the points to be top. He can't be top if he loses. He might even finish in fourth.
Yeah,
95.
Adam Maud currently 6 points plus 7. Rene Edam 6 points plus 4. Tommy Morris 6 points, no leg difference. Cam Crabtree
95.
currently on 4 points plus 1. So a win of 4-2 or better. And he will go from 4th to 2nd
28.
and push Edams down to 3rd.
Tommy Morris done for the day on 6 points and a level
55.
leg difference. That's not a bad position to be in. We'll see him against Adam Mould in game 2 tomorrow from... it's going to be a 1 o'clock start in the session, so that game will be around about 1:20, 1:25.
180.
Yeah, and when we crunch the numbers for tomorrow, it'd be interesting to see the running average of
99.
Tommy Morris on getting to 6 points. But in terms of running averages,
100.
Cam Crabtree is outstanding. Over 95 for the day. He doesn't look like letting up.
13.
I just wonder if
And
12 points is going to be enough to
198.
get through this group. I get the feeling that 12 points and a better leg difference than somebody else might be.
74.
Yeah, I think
Rene
14 safe.
139.
I think 14 certainly occupies. Oh, tops.
Game shot
what
in
an
the first
absolutely
leg.
stunning finish.
Rene Adams.
Who was fluffing his pillow last night? He's a different
Second leg,
player
it's Cam to
today.
throw first. Game on.
It's great to see. He's a lovely chap.
Yeah.
Really friendly. He's got a
45.
good sense of humour, has the Cube. He is a bit of a darts nerd, self-confessed. He does love the sport, always has done. But today, it is
94.
unmistakable because he has played more aggressive stuff, but...
Well, it's not come at a surprise. Someone
100.
who suggested he got separated from the group really early on Monday morning, and it just never recovered. And we've seen that happen many times in Group A. However,
44.
today there's just been a different look about him, a different approach.
I bet you that 139 didn't sit well with Cam.
100.
He's probably thinking, not another person doing this against me today.
Yeah.
He had to raise his level to 98 just to get his first points today.
59.
Then he had 105 average. What's he going to need against Rene here?
100.
It's going to be a fascinating table going into tomorrow. I love these groups where there are so many different possibilities.
140.
Yeah, there's so many different variables going into tomorrow and permutations of what could happen.
85.
I think Rene is going to sleep very differently tonight because he's got a very different thought pattern.
Well, no matter what happens, he knows he's joint top.
78.
And he will be in the mix.
In terms of points, the important thing, the points.
One dot at tops for Cam.
Game shot in the second.
Beautifully thrown. You can see what his mission is. He wants to join the group on 6 points, which is Morris, Idams and Mould. And if we do have 4 players on 6 points, take your pick. And then you got Connor Hopkins on 4 just saying, hello, I'm still here.
Yeah, what would be a fascinating look is how the players, the individual players, have achieved their 3 wins from 5.
130.
And how that plays out to tomorrow against the players that have taken points from them.
And this is going to be the first game of tomorrow's session as well. So distance could be created. If you're Rene Idams right now, your motivation is to beat Cam twice, not just once. Because if you can do that, you'll be sitting on 10 points. And everybody else is back on 6.
Yeah. Yeah, you make them chase.
That's exactly what Jim Long did at the start of the week.
56.
And he was barely caught all week. He does have the last game of the group as well, does Rene, against Tommy Morris. I wonder if it's going to come down to that game.
Yeah, I'm calling it now,
140.
Nico. Calling it early.
I'm going to back you up. I think it will as well. I think Crabtree will be through.
133.
And I think that might be a shootout game.
65.
Yeah.
And Mould might just be involved.
53.
But Crabtree is starting to lift that level again towards the high 90s.
Yeah, the key game
shot in the third leg.
when you look at the closing matches will be Rene against Adam.
Fourth leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
Well, Crabtree has established control, leading 2-1. He's approaching his running average for the day, which is over 95 60. Prior to this game. Prior to that 60, he was averaging 93.
The previous game for Rene Idams, the 4-1 win against Connor,
140.
yielded his best average of the week of 89.39.
Yeah, and it's coming on day 4.
57.
And the penultimate match for him. And that was an indication, you said, that he won't be one that will suffer with any kind of darting
58.
fatigue.
I don't think so. I think he's got a lot of energy.
Well, the fact that he can produce his best performance so deep into his campaign.
We've seen many times people put in their best performance in the very first game of the week and then not live up to that again.
Well, Victor did that today.
Correct.
98.
It's amazing how the day can tell so many different stories. Oh, that stem needs replacing.
77.
Well, after one cycle of matches, Victor was top.
Now he's bottom.
Yeah.
100.
It's like an upside down trifle. It's gone from being the cherry to the gumball at the bottom of the screwdriver thing that used to get off the ice cream man.
Yeah, the chewing gum. The bubble gum. Oh, there's a bit of a running repair here.
Yeah, he Robin Hooded that stem, and he still hasn't found that flight the way you want.
didn't change all three, did he? He only changed it. Did he change 1 or 3?
I think he just changed the 1.
Yeah, it was just under. Well, he can't have darting OCD because he wouldn't have flights like that, would he? And he wouldn't have those coloured flights with that shirt. They'd have to be the same.
That's the first time I've seen Cam in this shade of green. I said to him this morning, it's a very fetching shade of jade.
Cam, you require 72.
He's looking for 72 shades of jade. Double 6.
66.
Not quite.
What a
René
chance
required
for
20.
3-1. You would feel that it was game over at 3-1. At 2-2, it would be a break back, and you can hear the come on from the cube. Going to square up to him.
You see? That's the attitude of Cam Crabtree. I think he quite likes it. He's giving him eyeballs there.
I think that something may have gone on a little bit.
What could possibly go wrong? It's England versus Germany.
Yeah, it's not like there's any history there.
59.
If you're going to have some spice in an England versus Germany game, the only spice you're going to get really is paprika.
Is he using the same?
59.
He's using the same dart, isn't he, Cam?
Yeah, I do believe so.
Yeah, they are the same.
43.
He's got those points that have a very aggressive end, and they've also got a grip element at the top. They're smooth in the middle. They've almost got a corkscrew at the bottom.
Yes.
Look a little bit like a drill bit. I'm not sure if that will be a legal point next year. There's a lot of conjecture going on right now about points.
97.
Yeah, so we'll know more when I catch up with Alan Warren a little. Little, of course, is the top man at the
42.
PDPA. I'll get a bit of inside track on the rules that have been slightly amended, I think.
56.
I'll be interested to see what they've come up with. I wonder what kind of reaction we're going to get from René if he wins the match.
100.
He's got to win his third leg first. You can't get to 4 without getting to 3.
Well, right now, he's looking good to get to
59.
3 because he's got 6 at 156 if needed.
Judging by
60.
that explosion of motion at the back end of leg 4, I think he really wants 8 points at the end of the day. He wants to feel
45.
what it's like to be top of the table after a day, after the week he's had.
And he's got experience of
56.
knowing what it's like to win here.
Cam, you require 142.
Cam's been to a final.
102.
He does leave tops in case René has trouble
40.
on top of the shop.
But then the pressure will be firmly on the shoulders of Crabtree if René... Oh no, he's getting closer.
$20.
Disaster.
Cam, you
I
require
wonder if Cam
40.
hits this if there's going to be a re-reaction.
Well, for every action, there is a reaction. And there was one.
It was muted. Oh, I tell you what.
Six like it's Cam to throw
Something is definitely going on the stage here. And I don't think Cam liked that reaction at the end of leg 4. He was trying to engage with Idams.
139.
We like a bit of spice on a Thursday afternoon, don't we? And this is the first game tomorrow. Sign me up.
40.
Just a reminder to you that if Crabtree wins this, we've got 4 players on 6 points overnight. One of them
100.
will be Idams. And Crabtree probably knows that if he beats Idams twice,
140.
he will be top before Morris, Mould, Hopkins and Tingstrom play again.
133.
Advantage Crabtree, you have to see it. Idams needing 3 trebles to get to a finish.
100. Can we require 129?
It's
64.
a decent layup, 65 when he returns. Idams' job is to pressurise.
60.
He can't really do that.
65.
Cam might even use treble 11 here if he needs it. He doesn't need it.
45.
2 match starts slip by.
Rene require
This is a big ask. It
161.
would be his biggest finish of the week. In fact, it would have been anybody's biggest finish.
81. Can we require 20?
Idams thinks this one has slipped away. Is he right?
15.
He might not be. Hanging on
Rene
by the
require
skin
80.
of the skin of his teeth. Double 10. Too
no
many.
Score.
And the
Can we
game may be
require
over
5?
now. It's 5 points after Cam's had 5 match starts. He doesn't need any
Game
more.
shot on the match.
That is a brilliant
Cam
comeback
Crabtree.
win for Shazam. There was a bit of spice in that game. I'm not really sure what was going on with Cam and with Rene, but I'm already looking forward to the first game tomorrow because it will be between the Englishman and the German. It was a bit down on what we've seen from them so far today, but Crabtree, after a nightmare start, playing well but not winning games, he wins his final 3 games of the day to hurdle Rene Idams in the table to go to 2nd position. Rene will have to settle for 3rd, and everybody is trying to catch Adam Mould. Don't discount him. Let's get the final words of Group C today with Henry and Mace.
Yeah, thank you very much, Paul. Well, that got a little bit interesting in the middle, didn't it?
Yeah, there was a lot riding on it, wasn't there? It was an opportunity for Rene to be the overnight leader, or a chance for Cam Crabtree to join the other 3 players on 6 points. And it was a strange one. He lost with an 89 and a 92 and wins with an 81 and change. But that's just the nature of our sport.
Most certainly is. Right, let's round up what we have seen then so far this afternoon. 15 games come and gone. Those are results on your screen. So those are the results. Let's break down the day then chronologically. As far as Cam Crabtree is concerned, day of 2 hours, as you mentioned there, finished strong, lost his first 2 games. What do you reckon he was saying to himself or doing in maybe that little bit of an interlude between rounds 2 and 3 when we have the sporty stuff gap, possibly to get himself in mind in tune?
Yeah, not too much really, because like I said, he lost with an 89 and a 92, and you had Tommy Morris winning multiple games with much lower averages. But then he just produced a spell, especially against Adam Mould, where finishes of 144, 146, 100, and just missed out on a 115 here to make it 4 consecutive ton-plus finishes. And it was only the thickness of the wire. Didn't matter. He returned and got the job done. I think he will feel a little bit hard done by to only be on 6 points, but Tommy Morris will probably feel relieved the way he's played today to have reached 6 points.
It'd be interesting to see players running averages for the day and then what the average was against Cam.
Yeah, I mean, going into that match, his running average was over 45, which is way above anybody else in the group. And at that point, he was only 2 wins, 2 losses. A tough day for him, a real tough day for him. I think Rene will be absolutely delighted to be on 6 points. I think all 4 of those players will, for different reasons, walk away from the venue today thinking, yeah, I'll take that today.
Despite what he's done in this building, has Adam Mould severely gone under the radar?
Yeah, a little bit, but again, the sport gives us numbers which we use all the time. They don't lie. You know, we can often see people winning matches with lower averages, but ultimately your mean average, you don't really sway too far away from that. We've seen it from Connor Hopkins with his numbers coming in this week, and we've seen it today from Cam Crabtree, who we know has got a seriously high ceiling, probably a higher ceiling than any other player here this week.
Talking of players with high ceilings, Rene Idens exactly does have that, and it was a big improvement today from him. Yeah,
Unlike in the week where he was creating opportunities, this time he was taking them today, and it was good to see. Listen, he's a former winner of a week here. He knows what it takes. He knows what he's got to do and what level he has to play at, and he's going to be a threat tomorrow.
Most certainly is. Right, let's see how the table occupies itself then overnight, because Tommy Morris was the player who went out all guns a-blazing, pardon the pun, winning his first couple of matches, but 6 points, 4th place as far as he's concerned. What do you think his overall assessment of the day will be?
I think he should feel very fortunate because he's not played anywhere near the level we certainly expected, and you know, his odds going into this group and the week, yeah, he was a little bit off the place, but you know, good players do good things at the right times, and that's what he managed to do today. He just did enough to get the wins.
So that is good. See, we're going to resume that action 1 o'clock tomorrow here on Sporty Stuff TV and the Super Series YouTube channel. But we're only halfway through the action here on this Thursday at the Super Series. Let's break down the tournament bracket, because we're going to see Group B commence tonight from 10 o'clock. And of the players coming into that group, you've got 2 former weekly winners in this building, Jim McEwen and Kieran Tierney, and Dan Reed, who won a week in our previous venue in Southampton.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Lots of experience and people on debut here this week. I like the look of Oscar. His average yesterday was over 87 for the day. If he can continue that trend of improvement, he's gonna make the lads work. Listen, it's easy to pick the obvious favourites on what they've achieved, as you mentioned, but I think Oscar for an outside bet.
Well, we're going to be watching that action from 10 o'clock this evening here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Right, we are going to be back with you from 10 o'clock this evening. We're going to be playing some classic matches through the archive. Now, just talking about classic matches through the archive, whilst we've got you up here, next week, it's the 1 year anniversary of you winning here.
Is it? I know, it's flown by, hasn't it? It doesn't feel like a year ago, that's for sure. It'll probably be another year before I get up there, but I think we're going to be doing the Bullseye Challenge at some point, so that'll be a bit of fun.
So, note to producers, next week, Mace Golden clip against O'Shea. Right, we're going to leave you for now. We'll see you at 10 o'clock tonight for Group B's action getting underway, where, as far as Group C is concerned, well, there's a whiff of mould at the top.
After 13 weeks of action, this is the MODUS Super Series Champions Week final. We are live on Sporty Stuff TV here at the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And now would you please welcome to the stage the first of our finalists. Firstly, it's the Wizard, Colin Osborne. And now would you please welcome to the stage his opponent. He's the reigning and defending MODUS Super Series champion. It's the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Well, here we go. It is final time. £20,000 up for grabs. This is a £10,000 money match. The winner guaranteed 20, the runner-up 10. But more importantly, for this young man, an opportunity to be the first player to defend the Champions Week final. Up against Colin Osborne, 48, Middlesbrough, now residing in Derby. And this one, Nico, youth versus experience.
Indeed. This is what I'm calling the game for greatness. To be the greatest player in MODUS Super Series history, Osborne has only got one thing to achieve, and that is to win this game, to get his name on that. But for Littler, he could deny the wizard that little slice of greatness and create his own.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First
destiny.
leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
And there is a massive difference in dynamic. Colin won't care how he wins, he just wants to win. Where if it gets scrappy, like we've seen in the last one, Luke
97.
did get involved.
Will the crowd be a factor here?
58.
Because half of this audience have been cheering for the nuke.
Love the fact that they've all stayed to watch
58.
the finale.
I've just spoken to a couple of people on the balcony, and they've travelled 200 miles to be here tonight.
53.
That's the reach of coming here to the MODUS Super Series now. As for the players, over the last 3 months, they've come as far
45.
as Australia, from Canada, all over the globe. But this
59.
is 2 English players going for that big check. It may feel a bit like deja vu for Luke, because he's been here before against Jacob Taylor, who
85.
was a very well-seasoned player.
$96.
Needed that treble. That's his first big treble of the final. You can see that Colin is a little edgy. Neither player
24.
have settled yet.
It's not every day you play for £10,000 more, because they've already got 10,000 in the bank.
65.
Some of these finals are not about quality. They are about bottle.
Yeah, they're about controlling your emotions and dealing with adversity.
45.
Colin,
Luke
at the
Rapai,
moment, the timing isn't there.
170.
He's not even getting to the end of his throw. Who is going to
40.
settle first?
Colin, you require
18 darts
147.
thrown. Now they're on a finish. Could just be one visit that unlocks what
Yes.
they need for the rest
60.
of the match.
Luke, you require
One little key.
130.
Could be this 130. Bull.
105. Colin, you require 87.
He's been clutch tonight when he's needed to be.
69.
Not right there. Littler knows a thing or
Luke,
two
you
about a
require
25 checkout.
5. Ooh. Double 4.
21.
And Osborne on double 9.
Colin, you
Can be
require
tricky.
18.
Got to be aggressive.
Didn't even think about splitting it.
Game
he
shot
gets
on
it
the
with the first
leg.
dart.
Colin
He
Osborne.
can consider himself fortunate to have had 24 darts to lead
Second
that
leg,
double
it's
9.
Luke to throw first. Game on.
But it proves that winning the bullseye in the practice room has paid dividends already.
140.
Now that first leg's been shaken off, they may start to perform.
41.
See how short the swing is from Colin Osborne.
140.
We've talked a lot this evening about people knowing each other really well throughout the week. This is the first meeting
60.
they've had all week. They have not crossed paths.
Colin should be experienced enough not to
57.
get drawn into the hype.
Do beg your pardon, I got that wrong. They played in Group B together, didn't they? What I was going to say was,
80.
where was Osborne
Luke required 164.
when Littler was born?
57.
Littler was days old after Osborne was making his debut at the World Championship in 2007.
That's scary.
85.
There's your proof about clash
Luke
of
required
generations.
107.
Sticking with double 16.
91.
And I don't get it. Sometimes I can see method in the madness. But this tactic here, we've said he's had problems in that department.
180. Luke
Can't afford
required
any more.
60.
We've seen Osborne approach like that all night long, just in case.
Game shot on the second leg.
Is not fruitful
Luke
this
Littler.
time. Fair play to Luke for hitting that double four. That was well needed.
And that last start will hurt.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first.
After a match,
Game
you
on.
think, go on, I'd love one more go. Denied by the last start from Littler.
Well, how many times have we said that to ourselves as dart players?
99.
Oh, I'd love one more go.
And you think you're going to get one, and the moment you think you're going to get one, you don't.
77.
What this final is proving is that Luke is immune. You think about some of the finals he's had here in Portsmouth. He's never lost a knockout match. 109, 117
100.
in finals. This pressure is different. Or is he just warming up?
100.
He's feeling it.
Yeah, tonight, averages of 92.49, beating Osborne earlier on.
43.
And after that, 95.17 and 80% on doubles, beating Rhys Robinson in a very entertaining six-leg contest.
140.
In that semi-final that you've just seen.
There's Luke Littler just starting to turn the screw. The throw of Colin looks
99.
just off. And that's confirmed by the average. 74.
64. Colin, you require 160.
He's not going to find this one. Said earlier on,
100.
having the bull
Luke, you require
could
120.
pay dividends. He did in leg one. But his throw may be broken.
100.
Not quite.
Colin, you
How many
require
lives
60.
has Osborne used up over the last 3 days?
Calling in the cat.
Game shot on the third leg. Colin Osborne.
So far, this crowd is fairly muted.
Fourth leg, it's Luke to throw first. Game on.
The thing is, if the longer you take to put Colin away, the more people
134.
believe he's going to lift the trophy.
Patience is one of those qualities that if you have it, boy, it can be useful.
137.
On
58.
Thursday, Littler beat Osborne by 4 legs to 1. That wasn't a great game. When they played on Friday, it was better.
55.
But Littler still won by 4 legs to 3. I mentioned that Littler beat him by 4 legs to 0 earlier on tonight.
93.
When we thought that maybe Osborne wasn't going to be cutting it here on finals night. It would be so typical of this format if the only win that Osborne gets would be against the person
79.
that's already beaten him 3 times.
Yeah, 3 out of 3. Again, he's just trying to apply a bit of pressure, but not for the first time. Luke's produced a 2-treble cover shot visit to take back control of the leg.
100.
Things are definitely settling in this
Luke
game now.
require 82.
Well, as a player, you're aware of the short format, aren't you?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Even
Luke
more
Littler.
added pressure as the best leg of the match is completed by Luke Littler in 15 darts.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Had over twice as many shots at the double than Colin Osborne has Luke. 9
60.
for Luke Littler, 4 at the double for Colin. Incredibly though, the only 180 in the match is for Colin Osborne.
58.
He's yet to hit a 140.
He might not need one. We're at the stage now
60.
where we've played hundreds upon hundreds of games, and it might come down to 1 leg.
39.
But in old money, it's as if the set score in a World Masters is tied, and it's a 1-set shootout.
140.
Advantage Osborne. Those treble 19s
134.
really are coming up trumps for Luke.
They're paying dividends. Great cover shooting.
He's got a 140
140
there. That's his second. Maybe that's starting to click. How big will that be, though?
Huge.
Colin, you require
Absolutely
101.
huge.
Very similar to the 104 that he took in that match with West in the semis. He's not going to take this one. Another chance for
57.
Littler to break.
Luke, you require 90.
Double 20, double 15. He'll stay there. Ball.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Luke Littler.
Is that the moment?
Has the nuke just erupted?
The leg that
Sixth leg, it's Luke to
Colin
throw first.
pretty much
Game on.
controlled without getting a dart at a double.
48.
It took till leg 5 to get a breaker throw. 48. Well,
28.
he's not punished.
You could say it. Who's got the launch codes?
And it's
Is it Luke or is it the Wizard?
Incredibly, the
140.
man with the most experience seems to be the one that's suffering in the moment.
81.
He needs mistakes from the defending champion.
Good luck with that.
134.
Doesn't look like they're coming.
Yeah, again, picking off 2 treble 19s. Incredible ease.
78.
He's got lots of time to get rid of this. Wants to leave tops.
64.
That will have to do. A lead of 199 points is more than fine.
66.
Looks like Colin might have to
Luke
wait for
require
that darting destiny here in
150.
Portsmouth to complete his set, because Littler is on the cusp
95.
and has now missed a dart to get his fingerprints back on that trophy.
Gonna get plenty more.
It just had to be double 10.
40. Luke required 20.
It is double 10.
Game
It's double
shot.
5.
And the
And Luke
match.
Littler
And the
is
MODUS Super
still
Series
the MODUS Super Series champion. He won it in Series 3, and he's now successfully defended it against the most successful competitor he could have been put up against here in the final. But the army of fans that have made their way to Portsmouth from all over the country to support this young 16-year-old superstar, they are not going to leave disappointed, because once again, Chris Mason, Luke Littler is the champion.
Yeah, does the business back-to-back Champions Week finals. £60,000 in prize money just from the Super Series. He is now unbeaten, Nico, in 4 finals here at the Super Series.
In knockout darts, Luke Littler has won 8 games from 8. Sometimes you can win with an average of 117.88, but right there, all he needed was an 86 in a gutsy display. 4 hits from 13 on the doubles. It was very edgy at the start, but as you can see, Osborne didn't have in his locker enough to find the cheat codes to beat the nuke. The highest checkout of the match, 90, as you can see. Just a couple of maximums in that one. And as soon as Osborne started to find the 140s, unfortunately, the game was up. Thanks for joining us. It's time to crown the champion.
Luke Littler, many, many congratulations. You've done it again. Many congratulations. Just sum up how you feel right now.
I feel okay. But the final, we weren't the best. But 2-2, I took out the 90 on the ball, and I think if I didn't take that out, personally, I would have lost the game, because I didn't feel right. I was shaking. Yeah.
If the first time you won it, you did it with style, flair and panache, this time, did you draw on almost experiences of last time, grinding in, being gritty, because there was moments in that semi-final against Berry, moments in that final against Colin, where there was moments where there was a little bit of peril?
Yeah, well, semi-final and final, there was opportunities where I could have gone 3-2 down, but I dug in, and I've done it again.
What is the secret? What is the Luke Littler secret when it comes to the Super Series?
Oh, I love it down here. And obviously, I'm second in the development tour. Obviously, I'm on to get my tour card, and obviously this is at the top right now. But if I do get my tour card, then I'll thank everyone at the MODUS.
I think you've made a couple of friends tonight. This crowd, they absolutely love you, and you love them, don't you?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Obviously, I've got people from my area. I've got people from Spain. It's unbelievable.
So, when you spoke to me last time you won the 20 grand, you said, I want to defend it. I want to go and do things. I want to get a car. Now you've got another 20 grand in your pocket. What's the next goal for Luke Littler?
A better car than what I was thinking. But obviously, it's massive. I've done it again.
Well, Luke, you know what time it is now. You're getting used to this. I'm going to take that microphone off you. I'm going to let you have your moment. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
two fixtures. They both lost both their fixtures, and they're both on -6. One of them is going to be bottom of the table on 0 points after 3 matches.
180.
Conor Heenan's just had his throw broken and then hits back with a maximum visit.
140.
But this is the best I have seen Alan Norris play for some time. And I don't just mean because he's hitting all the trebles like Conor Heenan firing in for a second 180, a back-to-back 180. He's the last player to hit a 9-darter, the only man to do it under this roof.
Connie Rick 141.
They say history has a habit of repeating itself.
Can it? Double 12. He's only going to do it again! He really is the man! He's the only man who's hit a 9-darter under this roof, and now he's got 2!
Let's look at what Steve did in that match before we take a look at Luke. A couple of 180s from Westy. An average in excess of a ton.
180.
Luke was 80% on the doubles, hit 3 180s and had 107.55 average.
100.
And it also included that very near, incredible 1-2-2 finish, didn't it?
Indeed. Luke said to us at the end of the night,
180.
it doesn't really matter. Let's focus on the now.
Is this the third time he's done this
57.
week?
Steve, you're calling 141.
It's on this time. It's still on.
Games on the first leg.
He's promised
Steve
it all week.
West.
And he's the first person not called Conor Heenan to have a perfect leg in Portsmouth.
Fifth leg, it's Daryl to throw first.
Absolutely liking everything about him today. And Daryl Pilgrim, you wouldn't know if he was 3-1 up or down, and that's a real testament to his character. And that's 5 180s.
180.
He's averaging 121.82 and losing 3-1. Go figure.
57.
Wow, wow, and wow again. I just well make it 6, Daryl.
Staggering.
180.
Absolutely wonderful darts. Mesmerising darts. Beautiful darts.
84.
Oh, come on, Daryl.
141.
This is the most important dart on a 9-darter for me. He's on for it. It's double 18. It's the perfect 9-darter. He's been threatening all day. Daryl Pilgrim, what a sensational finish. What a match. Just the most incredible moment here at the MODUS Super Series. Scott, what have we just witnessed?
Max.
180. 140.
Nearly followed by one of Lipscomb's own. And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Never has it been done on television by a female player before. Fallon Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the first ever female player to hit a televised 9-dart finish. Fallon Sherrick is a history maker once again.
Yeah, we're still here with our voices. It was an amazing moment in MODUS Super Series history. 118.
First leg, it's Denny to throw first.
Set the record average and lose the game. I mean, you know, it was 2 from 10 on the doubles for Pilgrim in that game, and that's probably the story of why maybe he lost. But
45.
Yeah, fantastic one. One that sticks in the memory, that one for a while. And I'm sure it will do the two players. particularly Scott Taylor, were winning it with 100 average.
140.
Just watching the highlights back there. What a buzz it, gave just the commentary team here. Never mind the dart player himself, but it's going to be hard for him to sort of get back to where he was. But one of his strengths really is his focus and how calm and composed he is. And you need all them attributes when you're hitting 9 darters. But now it's back to, I think you take an 85 average in a win here.
We travelled, Daryl and I had travelled back together in the taxi back to the airport from one of the qualifiers for the Euro Tours, the associate qualifiers out there in Hildesheim. And he said he's got a 9 darter in him, that's for sure. He does them at home a lot, and he's got one that will be televised. And he's just sort of performed and done exactly what he told me he was going to do, a few weeks ago.
No, it's a frightening... Absolutely frightening what he's producing today.
180. Now you're requiring 82.
Already 2 180s in this leg. If you're back in 180s today, you're in with a shout as Daryl Pilgrim looks at tops for the first leg.
Game shown the first
12 darter.
Daryl Pilgrim.
Just getting better and better and better. And if you are gambling, please remember 18 plus, gamble responsibly.
Second against Daryl to throw first.
Gambleaware.org. Can we invite Scott Mitchell every day?
Yeah, I'm up for it. I'm up for it. But I mean, I was just coming back down the stairs and I saw a pair of boxing gloves on the wall there in a frame, and I was thinking,
100.
everybody's got their gloves off today, mate. Nobody needs them.
Yes, gloves are off, and it's tungsten tossing of the very highest quality today. And like I said, when the first one goes in,
140.
Usually replicates there. Just looking at his 180s, he had 8 yesterday. He's already had 8 going into this game. He's had 9, 17 180s.
100.
Daryl Pilgrim. Both players averaging over 100 already. Yes, it's early.
133.
If I want to get excited,
stat,
I will. Yeah.
That 180 stat is just a crazy mad stat.
I don't think I've had 17 180s this year, Scott.
I don't even think I've had them in a month.
180. Now you're 132.
And that's counting my opponent's ones against me as well.
Treble 19. And that was the perfect marker for the bull. So
52.
Did open for him.
Then
But Denny Aldercoulter, every
121.
question that's been asked of Denny this week, he's had answers for. He's probably got the toughest opposition right now. Really see what they're making of him. Again, fantastic setup play. 80 is never easy. You're always thinking when you first start, you must stay straight.
Game shown the second.
Straight as a die.
Daryl Pilgrim.
And that thing must feel like the size of a house now. He's 2 from 2 on the doubles. He's hit a 9 darter and he's hit an under an 18 average.
Look at
these two going at it again. That double top and that treble 20 must look like it. When you've hit 17 180, it must be
97.
It must be the size of a barn door.
Series 5, Week 2, Group A. Records being broken left, right and centre. And compliment with a 9 darter from this man. You wouldn't know by the look of him. Like I said, the adrenaline surging through his body now is how you've got to manage it. You've got to be versatile. You've got to be really calm and composed to be a dart player. To
60.
have that 9 dart, then come back a game after. Like I said, this is a real testament to be hit to him against the top of the table, Denny Aldercoulter, and he's leading 2-0 and smashing the treble 20 bed still.
180.
I know it's probably a stupid time to ask you, Scott, but who do you fancy from this week, Saturday night? Looking at Group B, C, and what you've seen today.
Before the 9 darters and all these 180s, I said Daryl Pilgrim at the start. And if he sort of messed up, then the 2 Dutch guys would be right there to jump on it. Is that number 19?
That's just that 100, 180, 180. That's number 19, 180s.
57. W required 41.
That's 11 180s today. As he looks at a big 9. Surely the double 16 would be straightforward.
Game shown the third leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
Unbelievable. 118.88 average last time. He's slacking. 118.66 now. He needs to sort himself out.
Game on. $140.
We've got to get excited right about now because he's only potentially 9 darts away. I mean, the highest record going into the MODUS Super Series history was it the opening match in Southampton? Jason Asker with 118.44. Right now, Darryl is on the cusp. He's on the precipice, and he's hitting the treble 20 bed.
131.
Fantastic darts again. He's just shy of 121 average.
36.
We're going to see more history made here today at the MODUS Super Series HQ.
180.
So, is he going to go for the ball, surely? I mean, if we're going for averages, you just well go for the ball. He's set on 124.72.
100. Now we require 50.
For the match. And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's destructive. It's Darryl Pilgrim with the record average here at the MODUS Super Series of 122.69. Have it. Unbelievable dart from Darryl Pilgrim as he looks up there. You broke the record, Darryl. 122.69. And Boring loves the checkout ratio. 4 from 4. The man has been absolutely sensational today. A 9-darter. And now a record breaker here at the MODUS Super Series.